what we do in the Gen Z era. I'm using my phone. I refuse to print paper, yeah? I didn't have to cut, yes, I didn't have to cut down a tree and convert it to paper and start carrying paper around. So I'm being like you. Tell me if I'm coping well. Okay. Now, I have a couple of guests to acknowledge. But before we do that, we're going to take the Nigerian anthem and the anthem of the Great Britain. Yeah? And we're going to do that right now. Can we all be standing, please? Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Never mind. That's not a security threat. Those wonderful naval officers at the back are here only because of you guys, so that you will be confident that it is safe around this area. More so, because I am guaranteed that I'm talking to the leaders of tomorrow. I must protect you in every way. You agree? I must. But let me tell you something before we start. Fisher. You guys need to relax. Don't worry. It's the same regular debate you do in schools, in your premises, when you talk to your friend, do you remember? And you argue issues with your friend. It's the same way. It's just now you have to put the compare into consideration, the judges into consideration. Do you know we really argue with ourselves at home all the time too? That's like a debate. Isn't it? When you talk and you allow the other person to talk too. It's like a debate. So relax. You should all be smiling now that you've gotten it. Yeah? Now, I'm going to ask this morning, the next thing in line of program is a speech by the chairman of the event committee. I still have some few dignitaries to acknowledge, but I'll come back to that. And at the moment, Mr. Shola Tinubu, our chairman of the event committee, is not here this morning because of circumstances beyond his control. So we have his assistant, the vice chairman, Ms. Olamiko Adeola, taking the speech on his behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorary Sec. And I'm also going to be using my mobile. We're trying to keep the world safe. To correct the notion, I'm not the vice chair of the event organizing committee. The vice chair is also unavoidably absent. On behalf of the chairman of the event organizing committee, Mr. Shola Tinubu, who would have loved to be here in person because this occasion is of such great importance to him, but unfortunately, regrettably as well, he's not able to be here because of circumstances entirely beyond his control. However, this speech is for him. I especially recognize our patron, the inspiration behind the occasion, and our host, Pa Akintola Williams. This is the first time we're having such occasion at his, so this is very important to us. We recognize our vice patrons, our council members, the reason why we are here today, the future leaders of tomorrow, our dear students. We recognize our dedicated coaches, our partners, our friends, and members. Welcome to the Akintola Williams Youth Debate. This is a flagship event of our dear council. And over the years, we have had the opportunity to listen and be wowed by the quality of the students, the weight of the arguments, and the depth of the knowledge and research that is being done by each of you. Today, we expect no less. Of the many things that we are certain of is that our country will only be greater. And we are confident of these because of the grace of God, but also because of the confidence that we get from you all here. Because you are the future of our great nation. It is our hope that today you do not do anything less than dazzle us with your brilliant arguments, but even more, we want you to be able to make friends, that you learn from each other, but even more importantly, enjoy the moment. There's going to be tomorrow, there's going to be the results, but today, you guys being together, enjoy it and do not take it for granted. So once again, you're highly welcome to the 2023 Akintola Williams Youth Debate. Thank you.
Another round of applause for her. Let me encourage you as we're going to start off the debate. Remember, there's a word that says when you rejoice with somebody who has a success, then somebody's going to do what? So when anybody is debating, regardless of where they come from, which school they come from, the more you clap for them, the more they will do what? Good. So remember that we need to clap for everybody, because for you to be here this morning, you've done 50% of the job. You've done 50% of the job. You know what you've done? You have prepared, you've taken time, and you are here. That's 50% done. The remaining 50% is smile and talk. Isn't it? Okay. The first person to smile. I was going to bring out something to give the first person that smiled. So she has smiled. let's talk later. I'll give you what I want to give you. You can tell them when I give it to you, but I will. Without much ado, we're going to go straight to the speech by the president. The speech by our president, Ms. Akintola Okoya. She's not here, but she has a message for us. She's online at the moment. She's in the middle of a program out in the UK, but she's going to speak directly to you guys now. Can I have that start off now so she can speak directly to the student and the guest? While he's waiting to get that going, while we're waiting for that to happen, I'm just going to go straight and introduce the judges, some of the judges that you are going to be talking to today. On the table by my right hand side is a table of judges. I can see their faces. They are impartial judge. They are all members of the Nigerian-Britian Association. On the left hand corner of the table is Mr. Leke Nadi. Stand to recognize her. He's a member of the Nigerian-Britian Association. Right in the middle of that trio is Mrs. Fumi Orokale. Yeah? Thank you very much, ma'am. And at the extreme right is Ms. Olamiko Adeola. Like I said, they are all members of what? Nigeria-Britain Association. So they are unbiased umpire. Now, on this table beside me is Mr. Okpeson. He's a seasoned educationist. He is in the education sector. He's a mega consultant when it comes to programs like this. So you can take advantage of his expertise anytime. Good. She did tell me I'm not that pretty smart. That's Miss Anu Oluwapo. I like when people use their full name. Just like our secretary, she's Miss Olajumoke. And this is Miss Anu Oluwapo. She's the major timekeeper for today. So she's going to ring the bell subtly to remind you when you're about to go to stop. And when it's time, she goes down on the bell. So you now understand how it's going to happen today, yeah? You are all in the clear? Sorry, from the table, if you're ready, let me know when Madam President is ready to speak to you. Okay. In the interim, I'll hand over to Mr. Okpeson.
Good morning. We are a bit behind time, but let's see how far we can catch up. Are we ready? Hand up if you're debating and you're ready. Good. Sir has definitely looked at my notes because a number of the things I was about to say, he has already given you good advice. So just smile to the person next to you. Smile. Is that a smile? Smile to the person next to you. Ask them, are you ready? All right. So Sir has already said that the hard part has been done. But so let me welcome all our teachers. Teachers, wave at me. I know you've been preparing them hard. I know sometimes it seems like you're the one who's going to be debating. Your time has come. Your time is here still. Yes, you have to take part in the senior debate. So thank you to our parents who are here. Thank you to our judges. Let's clap for all of them, please. And of course, a big thank you to the organizers of this event. I think this is at least the 3rd edition now. And they're the NBA. Not basketball in this case, but the Nigeria-Britain Association. A big hand for them, please. Yes. If you don't speak well enough, I'll just take all these prizes home myself because my eye don't they enter. Yeah? So, as Sir has said, you have done the hard part. All the preparation. You know what? He said 50%. I could even probably say maybe 80% has been done. All you need to do is come here and own the stage. All you need to do is come and stand where I am standing and own the stage. So let's practice it now. Those of you who will be debating, stand up. Those of you who will be debating, especially in the first debate, stand up. Say to me like you mean it. Don't mumble anything. Say to me like you mean it. This is my stage. You're saying that like you're about to recite something. See how I'm standing. No, I didn't say that. I said see how I am standing. Yeah, there has to be some swag. Yeah, when you come here, I want to see your swag. So get your swag on now. This is my stage. Yeah, you're getting there. Take your seats. Well done. Clap for yourselves. Yeah, so the idea of today is to relax, to smile, project, express yourself. Remember all that hard work? Just come here and express yourself. Make your parents proud, make your school proud. Most of all, make yourself proud. Okay? So, we've got 12 schools in this round. 12 schools? 12 schools? 10 schools? 5 debates? No, 10 schools in this round. Let me get my maths right. 5 times 2 will be 10 schools in this round, of which we're going to have 4. The 4 with the highest score, they will go round, they will go to our next final, or to the next round, which is the final. So the next round is simply the final round, and we're looking for 4 schools. Who are the 4 schools? It could even come from the same debate. It's all based on having the highest scores. The 4 schools that have the highest score at the end of this round will proceed to the final, or if you want, to the next round. So just remember, this is a debate competition. So you have no props, as in no big, you can have cue cards, you can have small cue cards, but we don't want to see you reading. Yes, it's not a reading competition, it's a debate competition. Yes, no skits, no getting people to interact with you in terms of pulling someone up on stage. It's your stage alone. Yeah, so I've seen it before, so you cannot have any big cards, you cannot bring up any puppets, no props, yes, no reading. I hope you're not going to read because it's a debate competition. Points of information. Say, practice it now. Say point of information. That's what you would say if when the person who you're opposing, or the person you're debating against, once they're speaking, once they are out of protected time. Remember, the first 1 minute is protected time. So once they're out of protected time and you hear this sound, timekeeper, and you hear this sound, don't worry, if I just, that means, the first time you hear it, that means your first minute has elapsed. Keep speaking. Don't be distracted by it. Just keep speaking. But it now means that the people you're speaking against that offer you points of information. Whilst you're on your feet in a 5-minute speech, we expect that you at least take at least 1 point of information. Whilst the people you're debating against are speaking and you're sitting down, we expect that you offer at least 1 point of information. If you do not, in this style of debate, the parliamentary style of debate, you will be marked down for it. Okay? So, as I said, no props, no role play, no reading. It's a debate competition. Protected time is your first 1 minute. Protected time is your last 1 minute. So if you've got in a 5 minutes debate, which is what you have as for your main speech, your summary speech is 3 minutes. That comes at the end. Yes? And during your summary speech, let me just remind you, no points of information. Say to the person next to you, no points of information during a summary speech. So your points of information can only come once the main speaker is speaking and You hear the first bell. Once you hear the first bell, that means you can offer your points of information. Once you hear the second bell, ding ding. Yeah. Oh yeah, and ding ding. Once you hear the second bell, that means you can still keep speaking, but it just means you're into your protected time again, your last minute protected time. If you keep speaking for long enough, you're up to 5 minutes, you will hear again for the third time. You will hear. Aha, that's it. You hear for the third time. If you hear it for the third time, that means your 5 minutes is up. Because 10 seconds after that, I will just start clapping, or the ringer will just keep ringing. And after that, yes, you have to sit down. If not, points will be deducted as well. So really, that's all there is to it. I'm not too sure if we're going to still have our opening address. Is the opening address ready, or should we just crack on? Should we push on, sir? So we're pushing on. So if you're in round one of the first debate, I know that's Ikeja Senior High School and Ogumode there. Get ready. Just get yourself ready. Shake yourself a bit loose. So I ask you, are we ready to debate? Okay. Are we ready to debate? That's a bit better. Last thing, as Sir said, things to do with health and safety, child protection. So please only take pictures of those people who are in your school. That's if you're an adult. Even for children as well. Child protection says you should only take pictures of people who are in your school. The event organizers are taking pictures and they know to get the proper release before they issue out any of the pictures. Having said that, we are ready to debate. Let's engage. I'm going to call out the first debate. The rest of my time now will be spent sitting down. You're the ones who are going to have to work. So, for our proposition in the first debate, which has the motion, this House says school grades are more important than safety. For the proposition, we have Ogumodede Senior High School. Speaker 1, Mekulei Success. Come and sit to my right, please. Keep clapping until she sits down. Second speaker, Emmanuel Imagbedion. Opposition for debate 1. Motion, this House says grades are more important than school safety. Ikeja Senior High School, represented by Chidinma Nwabeke. To our left, please. And also we have Rejoice Archipong. Advice to all debaters, to the left. Advice to all debaters, I would suggest you come and use this microphone. You'd save your voice unless you really think you have a strong voice and you can really project. Ikeja Senior High School. Opposition, Ikeja Senior High School. Both sides are seated. We have our motion. We are ready to debate. So I'm going to call on Speaker 1 to open the case for the proposition, Mekulei Success.
John Ruskin, an education. John Ruskin, a philosopher, an educationist, and a polymath of the Victorian era, said, and I quote, "Good grades are never accidents. They are always an effort of intelligence." End of quote. The moderator, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Standing before is Mekulei Success. Welcome to this debate. Welcome to the side of the proposition. The motion for this debate is, this House believes that school grades are more important than school safety. And we as today's proposition strongly believe that this is true. But before I go into my actual argumentation, I would like to define some important terms in today's debate. School grades and school safety. School grades, according to Wikipedia, are ways of conveying accurately the quality of education provided to students with emphasis on critical thinking, ethics, logics, and appreciation for learning. School safety, on the other hand, according to Wikipedia, are all measures taken to combat threats to students and properties in an educational environment. We as today's proposition have structured our debates as follows. I, as the first speaker, will be giving a background of school grades and also explain the importance of school grades compared to school safety academically, economically, socio-culturally, and health-wise. My second speaker is going to buttress my point on giving us the benefits of school grades compared to that of school safety. Back to my actual argumentation. School is an educational institution which provides space and environment for students to learn under the direction of teachers. It is a place where students learn social and mental skills that will aid their growth and success in the future. As a matter of fact, examinations are conducted in our schools today as a form of assessment of how much knowledge a student has gained in a particular semester, term, or section. Then, students are graded or rated according to their performance, which does not only serve as a catalyst to help them acquire more knowledge, but also help students build a brighter future. Academically, school grades are very important if you are hoping for going to college. The grade point average, GPA, is one factor that colleges consider when they decide to accept or deny students. So, if a student wants to achieve their future ambitions, school grades are more important than school safety. Many students have launched themselves into life-changing opportunities of fully funded scholarship abroad. An example especially declined. An example can be seen from the 30-year-old Sarah Sudan Azumi, who won a World Bank scholarship all because of her mathematics school grades. Members of this house, wouldn't you all agree with me that school grades are more important than school safety? Aside from the aforementioned, corporate organizations don't employ people with such school grades. School grades are very important when it comes to employment. Why? Before an employee will be granted an interview, they must have submitted their CV, which covers their certificates and their school grades. An instance can be seen from the Dangote Group of Companies. On the 25th of December 2021, the Dangote Group of Companies started recruitment of engineering graduating students all over tertiary institutions in Nigeria. Nonetheless, respectively declined. Nonetheless, all students graduating with first class or second class upper division are qualified for this job. Members of this house, why did this Dangote Group of Companies recruit students graduating with ordinary pass? It is all because of their school grades. Elsewise, academic achievement bears a lifetime benefit for an individual. However, it is so unfortunate that many students hide under the marks of their bad school grades as a result of their unuseful behavior, such as taking of drugs. Members of this house, you all will agree with me that the society we have today, many people are afraid of doing things fascinating and interesting, such as studying, because they are afraid of failure or because they are lazy. A society with high school graders tends to have low crime rates, higher economic productivity, and also a better co-inhabitants. In a related development, according to Vanguard newspaper, published on the 13th of January 2022, Nigeria has over 570 ethnic groups. According to Vanguard newspaper, published on the 23rd of August 2022, Nigeria has 550 spoken languages. Members of this house, in a society like this, internal war outbreak will be inevitable if we, the civilians, don't have adequate knowledge of understanding and tolerance, and also overlooking our differences. Moreover, the benefits of school grades cannot be underemphasized. Not only will you personally benefit from school grades through your career development and higher income, but also your society will benefit from school grades. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, what have I said today? School grades are very important academically, economically, socioculturally, health-wise, and for all these points, this motion must stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Success, making the case for school grades, especially your GPA, your grade point average, and how it can even lead on to better employment. So we move straight across and we call on Chidima Nwabeke to open the case for the opposition for Ikeja Senior High School. Yes, give her a big hand.
My opponents earlier stated that we go to school to get good school grades in order to achieve our future ambition. However, in a situation where your school is not safe and you get an attack from terrorists and your life is cut short, can you even achieve your ambition? According to the article published by The Guardian on the 1st of August 2022, it's reported that the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, said no fewer than 11,536 schools have been shut down by the Nigerian government due to the abductions of over 1,500 school children in this country. UNICEF also added that the closure of these schools had truncated the education of approximately 1.3 million Nigerians in just the 2020-2021 academic year. The chair, panelists, co-debaters, ladies and gentlemen, I am Nwabeke Chidima Benita, a bona fide of Ikeja Senior High School, and I am here to strongly oppose the notion which states school grades is more important than school safety. The desire for safety stands against every great and noble enterprise. one can find a number of incidents in the Pakistan history where thousands of young children lost their precious lives in accidents that could have been prevented. One of such accidents is the earthquake that happened in 2005, which took about 18,000 young children's lives. These 18,000 people could have made a great impact in Pakistan today, but where are they? Dead. Now let's not even go too far. Let's come into our country motherland, Nigeria, where 276 children were abducted by the Boko Haram in the year 2014, 14 to 15 of May, in the town Chibok, Borno State. Over 100 of these girls are still in captivity till today. Now, if we take an analysis on this, we'll find out that obviously the Boko Haram didn't have a hard time getting into this school. Why? Because of the poor security system. Now, my opponent, as my opponent earlier said, that we go to school to get our future ambition. However, if we look at these Chibok girls, they also went to school in order to get a future ambition, right? However, in the process, their fundamental rights were cut. Right to freedom, right to life. Why do I say right to life? According to Amina Ali, one of the escapees, she said, and I quote, about 6 of them had already died even before I escaped. How can your school safety be assured? How can your school grades be assured when your school safety isn't even assured? And my opponents might say that some of them had already escaped. However, that's not a justifiable reason, as the psychological mind of the child has already been affected. Imagine the kind of fear that will be instilled on the victim and his classmates, knowing fully well that at any time their lives could be cut short. Now, let's even say this were a school scenario, and we got the news that Sarahs are coming to attack us. I'm very sure that none of us here will remember that we came here to get good school grades. Right or wrong, I'll leave that to you to answer. Moreover, I will define school safety as school and other school-related activities where children are free from physical harm, bullying, substance abuse. I would emphasize on bullying. Bullying has so many grievous effects, some of which include depression, social anxiety, aggressive behavior, even from the victim. And if the students do not feel safe in school, it will lead to a truant act. And in the case where there's a truant act, how can we even say they will get good grades if they do not even attend classes? And all this is because of the lack of priority of school safety over school grades. Now, students who feel safe in school tend to have a better emotional health and tend to do well than students who feel unsafe in school. Why do I say this? School safety plays a crucial role in youth development. According to a survey carried out by the ResearchGate between on the relationship between school safety and school grades, it showed that the higher the school safety got, the higher the school grades the students achieved. What does this mean? School safety plays a role in learning, development, and growth of a child. Moreover, parents here, I'm very sure that the top criteria you look for when trying to enroll your children or what is the location and the security and safety of that school. Imagine sending your child to school and you get to report that your child is dead, as in the case of Whitney Adeniro.
Yes, earlier you mentioned about school safety, that the school is not safe and all. But wouldn't you agree with me that the security of the school and also of every civilian is the responsibility of the government? And that has been achieved. That is why you and I are here this morning.
Okay, let me answer your question. If you go to yes, it is the responsibility of the government. However, in a school, your school is supposed to assure you that your school is supposed to assure your safety, because you go to the school and however probably you pay school fees, and even though you don't pay school fees, it's your school that's supposed to assure you, because they have the building. They are supposed to make you feel safe. Now, as I was saying, imagine sending your child to school and you get a case that your child is, then you get the report that your child is dead. As in the case of Whitney Adeniro, a 12-year-old Christian student who lost her life during her school's inter-house sports as a result of asphyxia, electrocution. Now, it was reported that this school, Christian, of such high repute, didn't have any medical personnel on ground that day. We have so rest in perfect peace. Parents, ladies and gentlemen, grace does not give saving grace. Let us not lie to ourselves. Let's call a spade a spade. The truth of the matter remains this and will not change. School safety assures school grades. However, school grades cannot assure safety. That is why there is a huge need to prioritize school safety above all. Yes, even school grades. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chidima. That's a speech replete with many examples of unsafe practice. Coming back over to the government benches, we're going to call on Emmanuel Imagbedion to further the case for the proposition.
All protocols duly observed. Standing before you is Imam Bezi Emmanuel. In addition to what my chief speaker has said, school grade is a way of conveying accurately the quality of education given to students with emphasis of critical thinking skills. But before I proceed, I would like to puncture some mistake my friend the argument made. First of all, she started by counting her points, but she didn't. Mr. Chairman, please take note of that. And two, she said thousands of children lost their life, but she forgot one thing, that each and every one of us in society, before we can maintain safety, we have to apply the knowledge. And three, she said that how can school grade be acquired? And three, she said, how can school grade be acquired? Now, let's take a look at London. A lot of students in school have represented their schools in different competitions, and the more they represent the school in their competition, the higher the safety becomes. Here and we are expecting the police to come. We have to take actions for our responsibilities. And four, she said your school is supposed to assure you your safety. Yes, our school is supposed to assure us our safety. That is why we learn physical and health education and security education in the school. Because our teachers have the knowledge that teaching us these subjects will enable us to be self-dependent and defend ourselves in time of problem.
How does learning physical and health education help in your safety, in the terrorism aspects?
Ladies and gentlemen, was it not obvious that my friend in argument wasn't listening to me? The reason why we learn physical and health education in the schools is to build our body up, is to keep us fit in order for safety. And we also see that anytime a match is going on the field, example the stadium, first aid are likely to be there because they have the assurance that in every game there will be an injury. In terms of politics, our leaders such as the governor and the president would not have gained the idea on how to rule the society. They had this ability while they were still at school. They picked up and developed the act of being a leader, and today they are enjoying the benefits. A lot of accidents could have been averted in schools if only we have the knowledge of the understanding of precautionary measures to take when crises begin to occur. Speaking of technology, members of this house, a Japanese proverb says, and I quote, "Yoshinai, yoganai." This simply means good thinking, good product. In the related environment, the expression good thinking, good product was made out of the popular Toyota advert in the 90s and was made known to everyone on the 18th of February 2016. A student with higher grade in the university tends to have more employment opportunity than the one with little or no grade level. School grade helps students earn respect. A student who values their education will receive respect from their teachers and peers. While you may worry that school grade requires to be viewed as an ethical, you should keep it clearly in mind that people with good grades often go on to do great things in the future. Such people can be seen as Harry Ford, the owner of Ford Cars, John Rolex, the owner of and CEO of Rolex Company, which deals with watchmaking, and Chivolex, the owner of Chivolex Sporting Cars. School grade helps students boost strong confidence. A lot of people are afraid of trying something difficult because they are afraid of failure. But if you must live, then you cannot be fearful. Be willing to give your academics and anything for that matter your very best, and you will see the better you become, the more your confidence grows. School grade opens the door to future opportunities because getting school grade requires maximum effort. Doing this will help you strive to do anything set before you. Nothing will appear impossible to you because you might have developed the mindset that anything can be gotten with the right attitude and work. We will not deny the fact that we have said or heard people say things like, I want to become a musician so I don't need mathematics, or things like I'm going to business so I don't need school grade. This is not true. Absolutely not true. Because who knows what might happen in the future? In our entertainment industry, there are certain grades required for a musician to clarify that he's a professional musician. And in terms of business, no customer would like to patronize a trader who don't have the idea of their market or the product they are selling. Back to my actual argumentation. No customer would like to patronize from a seller who don't have a clear business in his or her sales. And at the end of the day, this customer will get a very, very loss than the one with little or higher level grades. In December 2019, the winners of the Akintola Williams Field Debate Competition, Fayo, Omo Kefe, and Jane, the students of Corona Day Secondary Schools, were given internship opportunities at the British Council Nigeria, Lagos State Office to study workplace skills. Members of this house, you all will agree with me that it is their confidence that enabled them to get good grades to represent their schools, and today their school is doing well. You all will agree with me, right? In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, MCO, the Wazobia FM broadcaster, on the 1st of March 2023 said, and I quote, "Do not underestimate the power of grade attained from school, because school grade have the possibilities of turning the impossible to the possible, such as giving us employment opportunities, giving us opportunity ahead of time, and making us to gain respect for our teachers." And with all this motion must stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Just to let you know, we did give him an extra minute for that break in transmission and for the screeching, so thank you for persevering. And I'll just quote verbatim, well, I'll paraphrase. He said, "You need the knowledge to implement safety." With that said, I'm going to move across to conclude this part of the debate. We're going to call on Rejoice Achipong for Ikeja Senior High School. Yes, let's give her a hand.
Recognized him. Now tell me, in such case, would you tell me that the grades of this sweet 5-year-old girl is more important than her safety? Is it more important than her life? What is the use of grades without life? The chair, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Achibon Rejoice. I'm here to strongly oppose the notion that states this house believes that school grades is more important than school safety. Firstly, in anything we are doing, safety is the first thing in anything we are doing. School safety is more important than school grades because a student who is concerned for his or her own personal safety cannot learn. Yes, when a student feels unsafe in school, they will find it difficult to pay attention or concentrate in the classroom because of fear of being harmed or hurt. As a result, the attention which they need to pay in the classroom will be diverted and they might end up not learning or achieving anything from the class. But if the school is safe, it will provide these students with an environment that is more encouraging and promotes learning. When students see that their basic needs such as safety is being fulfilled in school, they will feel more comfortable and eager to learn. Furthermore, school safety is more important than school grades because during the period of the NSAS protest, a lot of schools had to close down as a result of the violence and insecurity. Yes, during this period, I'm sure you all will agree with me that a lot of places were not safe for the citizens, not to talk of the school environment. Even the Lagos state government had to order the closure of all primary and secondary schools across the state from the 20th of October 2021 because of this violence. Besides, no parents...
Yes, you mentioned NSAS. NSAS was like the youthful protest. It does not have anything to do with the students and the school safety. And also, you said everywhere were unsafe. But you said everywhere was unsafe, and you are not trying to include the school. In your point, the only thing you were able to make clear was that NSAS was a peaceful protest and that the school is not safe, but it is just...
Do not misquote me. I said during the period of the NSAS protest, a lot of places were not safe for the citizens, not to talk of the school environment. During the period of this NSAS protest, you would see a lot of news where people are being attacked in their various schools. So during the period of this NSAS protest, school students were not safe. Even no parent or guardian will send their children to school when they know the environment is not safe, serene, and secured. For instance, on the 25th of February 2014, 29 boys were killed at the Federal Government College of Buniyadi in Yobe State. Along these, 24 other buildings were burnt down as a result of the attack. Now tell me, in this case, do you think parents whose children are attending the school will allow their children to go to school the next day or the following week? Definitely not. Why? Because of fear of future attacks. In addition, school safety is more important than school grades rather because grades without life is meaningless. Yes, what is the use of having good grades which will take you to the top, and on your way to the top, your life is being cut short by some sort of insecurity or violence at school? For instance, let's take the case of Sylvester Romoni, a 12-year-old boy who died, who was bullied at school. I'm sure we all heard of this case. This boy, the bullies bullied him at night. They barged into his room. They beat him up, all because he refused to join their cult group. But if the school was safe from all this sort of violence, I'm sure this wouldn't have happened. Okay, now, of what use are the grades of this 12-year-old boy now that he's dead? In conclusion, I will leave you with the great words of Tori Aiden, who once said, safety is the most basic task of all. Without sense of safety, no growth can take place. Without safety, all energy goes to defense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rejoice. Concluding for the opposition there, she gave us a graphic case of the 5-year-old who was kidnapped during the COVID period. She also said grades without life. So now we come to the floor debate. We are safe. I'm not too sure. Okay, I think it's working now. Okay, we'll pass through this. We're now going to conclude debate 1. The thing you need to know about this style of debating, called the Westminster style or the parliamentary style of debate, is that the proposition opens the debate and they close the debate. Think about that for a moment, because I'm going to ask you a question. If the proposition has to open the debate and close the debate, who am I going to call up to give the summary speech first? Correct, you've got it. So without further ado, I'm going to call one of the people up from the opposition. I'm not too sure who's coming up, but you've got 3 minutes to summarize. Your summary speech starts from when you start to speak. 3 minutes, and remember, no points of information.
Standing on the existing protocol, I'm very sure that if my opponents were to choose between school grades and school safety, they would choose school safety. Now, my opponent said earlier that once you get good school grades, you have scholarship opportunities and so on. But the thing is that I don't think my opponents understand this debate. We are not saying that school grades is not important. We are saying that school safety is more important than school grades, and it should be prioritized over school grades. So, we are saying that, just like I used in reference before, if you have good school, if you have adequate safety, you will be sure of your school grades. Just like the research that was carried by the ResearchGate on the relationship between school grades and school safety. It said that the higher the school safety got, the higher the school grades the students also achieve. What does this mean? A student who is concerned for his personal safety cannot learn. I am very sure that if terrorists were to attack your school, you wouldn't even stay in the school. You would leave the school. You might not even come back. You might withdraw or go to another place. I'm very sure I'm correct about that statement. So we should not prioritize school grades over school safety, because school safety does a lot to our psychological mind. It does a lot to our physical body, and it also does a lot to our social well-being. Therefore, school safety should be prioritized over school grades. Thank you.
Thank you very much. defining the debate, they're talking about important privatization. And then to conclude this debate, our debate one, we go back to the proposition and we call on the summary speaker to close out the case. Thank you.
Good morning once again. Yes, I'm going to start with the person that came for the floor debate. He said school grades does not really determine him winning the competition last year. But in my definition of school grades, I said school grades are ways of conveying accurately the quality of education provided to students with emphasis on critical thinking, ethics, skills, and appreciation for learning. I'm very sure that without adequate knowledge, he won't have the skill to win the debate last year. Also, my friend in argument made mention of how unsafe the school is. Do you know that during crisis, schools are usually used for refugee camps? That's to show how safe the school is, and that through school safety, grades, you can only achieve safety through school grades. Why? How will you be able to know that when crisis starts to occur, these are certain things you are supposed to do without having adequate knowledge? You also mentioned that when maybe a school is, or like when crisis starts to occur, schools are usually closed down. Have you ever heard of homeschooling? During COVID-19, this actually took place, where we all learned through electronic means. And also, the son of one of my teachers in the school has never attended any school before. But when you hear him speak, and when you see him write, his confidence is more than someone that has attended a school. That's to show that that school grades are more important than school safety. Even when crisis starts to occur, you can acquire school grades at home. Also, my friend in argument made mention of in Pakistan how earthquake occur. Earthquake is a natural disaster. It does not even have anything to do with our topic. School grades are more important than school safety. Also, I'm going to make this scenario. The topic is this house believes that school grades are more important than school safety. The word "more" has to be emphasized. See, let's be realistic here. Everybody usually acknowledge the doctors. But see, even if the doctors have an emergency or their biological mother is about to die, they will not leave their home naked. That means that the tailors that we downgrade provide the clothes that they wear to the hospital. This also applies to our school grades. School grades are very important in every aspect of life. That's school safety. Also, my friend in argument has mentioned of school safety.
And that concludes debate one. Thank you very much, Ikeja Senior High School. Thank you very much, Ugumodede. You can return to your seats. Yes. Both sides. That was a very high quality debate. Yes, let's clap for them, please. On today, sit down. For a debate one, that was very high quality. There were points of information offered. There were points of information accepted. They engaged. They were vibrant. They all did very well. One more time for them, please. Yes. That has set us up for a very strong debating day. So without further ado, I'm going to call on Mr. Ademola Soya, who is going to, I believe, call on the person to give our opening address. Let's clap for him, please.
It's my turn to debate. Yes, give me a topic. Can somebody give me a topic? For or against? I'll come back tomorrow. Okay, thank you very much. That was so interesting. Guess what? You guys are phenomenal. Where are the other school? They're both good. You know why? Even the adult at the back, we're debating the same thing they were debating. And we're having difficulty. And I can imagine what these children have gone through. Well done. Well done. Thank you. Before I take that speech, I don't know, I still haven't been able to get across to Madam President. I think it's because of the network, because it's out of the country. she's out of the country rather. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Mrs. Fumi Akinfolurin, a deputy director from the Ministry of Education. They've come all the way to support you guys, and thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Also, Mrs. Ronke Matuluko, she's a deputy director from the Ministry of Education as well. Thank you, mommies. We really appreciate you, the good work you're doing on our behalf. Yeah, God will replenish your strength in many ways. Can I take this few seconds to have all the school teachers stand, if you don't mind? Don't you think they deserve a round of applause? Let me tell you, as much as you think as students, God has created you with phenomenal knowledge, expertise. Who helped you to enhance those knowledge? Who helped you to enhance this knowledge? Do you think a child will wake up in the morning and in the next 3 years, he will start debating? Or in the next 10 years, you just be sleeping in your room as a child, and when you get to 10 years, you just go out and start debating? No, some people made it possible. While they are teaching you in different way, impacting knowledge, you have come to this level. Another round of applause for them. Thank you very much. Let me even tell you something. They are under more tension than you students. I don't want it to show that I didn't teach this guy well. I didn't help them well. So they are under more tension. You know what? Keep speaking, and they will be happier. I think I'm still not able to get to Madam President, so we will continue. If she is able to connect at any time during the break, she will speak to you. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Soya. Debate 2. It is better to invest in infrastructure than academic remuneration. This one is touching the teachers. For our proposition, we have Avicenna Senior High School. Avicenna, you're my proposition. Come to my right, please. You're most welcome. We have representing them, Speaker 1, Safia Imam. And Speaker 2, Oluwafayokemi Mitchell. Thank you both very much. Opposition, King Ado Senior High School. We have Khalid Oyebanji and we have Adebanke Oshinli. Let's clap for them, please. So we are getting ready for our debate 2, which is, the motion is, it is better to invest in infrastructure than academic remuneration. So starting off is, who's speaker 1? Okay. As it says here, our first speaker for this debate is Safia Imam representing Avicenna. Speaker, please.
Let us invest millions, no, billions of naira in our teachers and let them manage their thatched roofs, broken chairs, and unair-conditioned rooms as they teach. After all, it is better to invest in academic remuneration, at least over infrastructure, right? My name is Safia Imam, and I'm going to be the first speaker for Avicenna International School, here to propose the motion that it is better to invest in infrastructure than to invest in academic remuneration. Firstly, an investment into infrastructure will pay out faster. Which is more ideal? 15 years or almost a whole generation of waiting to feel the impact of your investment. Of course, you could just wait it out. After all, it's only a difference of 9 years. But considering the financial situation of almost every country in the world, there's a high demand for the payout, one that could only worsen in the span of just 9 years. Secondly, economically speaking, you are better off putting your money into infrastructure. Academic remuneration might seem like the best option now because we're helping to reward our teachers for everything that they have done. But almost every time you increase a teacher's salary, the cost of living increases concurrently. As such, the value of their money stays the same. In some situations, it might even lessen. Therefore, the purpose of your investment has now been rendered null. Thirdly, an investment into academic remuneration doesn't actually guarantee you anything. It doesn't guarantee a benefit.
It doesn't guarantee better work ethic. It doesn't even guarantee better work. The mistake that might be made is believing that academic remuneration is directly interchangeable with education as a whole. But remuneration refers to the financial and non-financial.
You said it does not guarantee anything, your source. And how does it not guarantee anything?
My source is fact. If you're investing to try and get your teachers to have higher pay, okay, you've invested, your teachers have higher pay now. Does that mean that they're going to teach better? Does that mean that the students are going to learn better? It doesn't really mean anything. It just means their pay is higher. Thank you. Yes. Remuneration refers to the financial and non-financial incentive given by an employer to an employee. It is what and how well your educator is paid. They do not have to take your investment and act upon it. My fourth point, an investment into infrastructure will last you longer. Take Lagos State under the administration of former governor Abola Tinubu Ahmed. In 1999, when Tinubu became the governor of Lagos State, multiple places which are now known as social hotspots used to be slums, filled with refuse, dirt. Anytime it rained, it would flood. One of those places is now Ahmadu Bello Way in Victoria Island. And now it stands as one of the most expensive high streets in the whole of Lagos, filled with luxurious flats, hotels, eateries, and clubs. From 1999 till now, from a slum to the most vibrant part of a city. Could you really say academic remuneration would do the same thing? Let me ask you this. What would happen if the students couldn't reach their schools because the roads were not paved or tarred? What would happen if the school was run down? Would educators even want to teach at a school like that? And if they did, what would be the quality of the education? Finally, I would like to make it known that an investment into infrastructure should not mean a complete neglect of our educators and faculty. It simply means prioritize. After all, which one would you
Point
favor?
of information. What's the essence of infrastructure without education? It is the same academic that would teach, that would educate the infrastructurer.
Well, this isn't necessarily about the teaching of the education. It's more about the investment into the infrastructure. Yes, you would teach them the basic math, English, science, geometry, science, and so on and so forth. But it's more, infrastructure and building is more of a creative venture than an educational one. Thank you. Because which one would you rather? A benefit for few or a benefit for all? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Safia, saying yes, both infrastructure and academic remuneration are important, but in terms of payoff, she's saying infrastructure will pay off faster. She also alluded to inflation as well. So we move across the benches, we go to the opposition side, King Ados Senior High School. We call on Khalid Oyebanji to open the case.
According to Nelson Mandela, the first president of South Africa from 1994 to 1999, he said, and I quote, "Education is one of the most powerful weapons which we can use to change the world." Good morning, the moderator, panel of judges, accurate and group, co-debaters, and my ever attentive listeners. I am Oyebanji Khalid from King Ado Senior High School. I'm here to oppose the motion that states it is better to invest in infrastructure and academic remuneration. Education is the bedrock to development in Nigeria. Neglect of education in our society is the cause of myriad problem confronting development in Nigeria. Every society is faced with a peculiar problem, and education is a key instrument that can help address the problem. The ability of people to solve the problem is tied in investment in academics. If we are to meet our potential as a great nation, we must refocus our energy on academic sector by redirecting our efforts towards ensuring that academics is given the attention it deserves. I heard my opponent saying that investment in infrastructure doesn't make any sense. But I would like to point it straight to you that an adage says, if you fail to teach a child and concentrate on building a house, it is the same child that will sell the house built. Therefore, failure to remunerate the academics is failure in all other aspects of life. Yes, accepted.
Are you claiming that every student that is being taught is going to change the world?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, because if you don't teach your child at home, if you don't teach your child and you're concentrating on building a house, building infrastructure, where do you want them to learn? Declined. According to research and statistics from Adegoyega, published on the 26th of March 2019, reported that in Nigeria, 27 million of children in school are performing very poorly. Millions of Nigeria are half-educated, and over 60 million to 30% are illiterate. This is alarming in Nigeria, and this is getting complicated to the society. Accepted. Yes? Let's take, for example, if a school is well remunerated, well built, and have all amenities, and the teachers or academics in such a school are not well paid, what do we expect in such a school? Will the education system in the school be decentralized? The answer is no. So I don't think investment in infrastructure is better. I strongly oppose the motion that states it is better to invest in infrastructure than academic remuneration. Academic remuneration have an impact in people's lives and their future jobs. In advanced countries of the world, such as Canada, South Korea, Japan, United Arab Emirates, these countries believe that the educators have the capacity to motivate people to be diligent in life. For example, in Canada has the best record for students in education. Education system in Canada is decentralized and differs from province to province. According to research and statistics by Eddie Samuel, published on the 23rd of February 2022, reported that the Canadian government invested over $20,000 on each student of higher education and also compensated the academics with average amounts, raising roughly $56,500 per year. But in Nigeria, what do we see? Lack of remuneration. In addition, it has been observed that governments have expended billions of naira on infrastructural facilities such as electricity, pipe and waters, and so on. Today, many of our roads have become dead trap. Many people now pay heavily on electricity. Pure we agreed, according to research and statistics by Ayode Jadgwega, published on the 26th of March 2019, reported that Buhari administration spent $1.7 trillion spent $1.7 trillion on Nigerians' broken electricity. But today, we're not having good electricity in our community. You all will agree with me that if this huge amount of money is expended on infrastructure, in return, it produces good results, such as more doctors, lawyers, engineers, and many other professionals. Hence, academic legacy remains forever. In addition, funding of libraries in academic environments helps to retrieve our system. The amount of funding that a library receives influences the quality of service provided for both local and international researchers. According to researchers in South Nigeria, librarians in this area demonstrated lack of commitment and dedication. This negative disposition may not be unconnected with poor remuneration. For example, in a study at Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ghana, it was discovered that some faculties members have not been patronizing the service of the library because of poor funding. Therefore, for a researcher to invent new things and for a country to develop academic remuneration and not infrastructure to be invested in. Go on. Your time is gone. However, academic remuneration have an impact in pupils' life and their future. Academic remuneration allow indigent students to achieve their desired goals in life. Many states of federation give bursary awards to their indigents because they know that the students will give their best to the state in return, and the state will not be ranked as an educationally disadvantaged state. For example, According to research and statistics by Ovi Brumi Foundation, in connection with Slapgard Africa, gave 20.4 million Naira bursary award to 204 indigenous students in Eweko community in 2019. In conclusion, Benjamin Franklin said, and I quote, "Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." I, Oyebanji Kali, vehemently oppose the motion that states it is better to invest in infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Khalid. That's your microphone. Yes, education is the bedrock of development, and even if you invest, the same child that you've invested in building the house for can sell the house once you've gone. So now we're going to just take a short break as we switch over. We're switching over generate and source of power. So we'll be told when next we can continue. Thank you very much. So we continue with our debate. We go across again, or we'll go across to the proposition, and we call on the second speaker. Make sure I get it right. That's Oluwafayokemi Mitchell. Let's clap for her, please.
Infrastructure is the basic physical structure of a business, region, or nation that often involves the production of public goods or production by a company, country, or group of people. Also, when you are referring to an investment in infrastructure, you're referring to an investment in real or physical assets that provide an essential product or useful service to a society. Infrastructural assets are varied from roads, rails, schools, in which they all aim to power generations, energy transmission and distribution, as well as digital infrastructure. Basically, it's any form of business that brings in revenue. On the other hand, academic remuneration simply means the total compensation received by an educator. It not only includes basic salary, but bonuses, commission pays, and other financial benefits that an educator alone receives. Good day. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. My name is Oluwafayokemi Mitchell, and I'm here to further support the motion that states it is better to invest in infrastructure compared to investing in academic remuneration. Firstly, investing in infrastructure is important for faster economic growth and elevation of poverty in a country. The adequate form of infrastructure in the form of roads, rails, and transport systems, power, and their efficient working is what is needed for the integration of a company's economy as well as economy of other countries in the world. Secondly, investing in infrastructure, which requires a large amount of money, is clever because the outcomes are so beneficial. For example, investing in infrastructure like building of rural roads benefits agriculture, as farmers are able to sell their products in towns where they receive remunerative prices. Besides, they could get things like fertilizers, pesticides, and other industrial products at relatively cheap prices due to the cost of transport reducing. Thirdly, according to Thaiwall, for poor farmers, good quality infrastructure equates to a reduction in their input price, increase in agricultural production, and reducing traders' monopoly on the market. Are you aware that 2/3 of African farmers are cut off from national and world markets due to lack of infrastructure? This exact same reason is why major corporations have refused to come to Nigeria, and instead they're leaving. Fourthly, it is worth of note to emphasize that investing in infrastructure is not only important for faster economic growth, but for inclusive growth. Now, what do I mean by that? By inclusive growth, everyone benefits, and not just the few, the educators. Fifthly, the opposing party may claim that investing in academic remuneration is better because teachers are better life models. But are they aware that lack of adequate infrastructure not only causes lack of economic development, but not only causes a lack of economic development, but it has additional costs. Accept.
You said academic remuneration does not foster economic growth. Can you explain it? How?
I did not say that. I said that infrastructure includes faster economic growth. I never said academic remuneration doesn't do that. Thank you. Fifthly, lack of adequate infrastructure not only causes a lack of development, but it also leads to additional cost overall, over time, in the terms of money, time, and effort. It must be stated that refusal to invest in infrastructure will continue to be a bottleneck for growth and an obstacle to poverty reduction. In addition, it's estimated that an investment in infrastructure will improve a country's GDP by 1.5 to 2% annually. In conclusion, infrastructure is
on the topic, it is better to invest in infrastructure than in academic remuneration. Academic remuneration increases interest in research work, which will eventually boost the economic standard of the country. Imagine our universities producing so many engineering graduates that cannot fix a bicycle, let alone a car. In Nigeria, we still depend on foreign medical facilities, despite the fact that we have so many qualified medical doctors. Take, for example, Stella Obasanjo. According to Wikipedia, she died as a result of cosmetic surgery in a private health clinic in Spain. I believe it is high time we woke up and stop wasting the country's added resources on infrastructure that cannot stand the test of time. In addition, it is a known fact that good academic remuneration will increase job performances. In Lagos State, for example, between 2009 and 2013, the Lagos State ex-governor, Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, introduced the ECO project, a project aimed at improving the standard of education in Lagos State. Much was achieved in terms of education during that time. He said that performances translated into 41.6% pass rate, adding that was an improvement on the 39% recorded in 2012. These performances show that the various intervention of the government on the senior secondary school eco project has paid off. So, many teachers will change their mindset towards teaching, and Lagos State was rated high during that time. Again, academic remuneration will discourage educators from relocating abroad at the demeritment of the country. Take, for example, in year 2020 to 2021, the academic year, there were about 409,593 educators employed in Canada from Nigeria. This is a big shame. The big question is, do we want to remain undeveloped forever? If the answer is no, then there is need to invest in academic remuneration. Furthermore, academic remuneration declined. Furthermore, academic remuneration will encourage students to go to school. Take, for example, Australia. The Commonwealth government provided loan and subsidized tuition fee for their students. There, they have what is called student contribution. Also, in 2005, accepted.
You said if you want the country to become developed, that you should invest in academic remuneration. But if you invest in infrastructure, the country will also become developed as because it is being developed, because infrastructure is everything, the buildings, the roads. If those are underdeveloped, even if education is good, then the country is still going to be underdeveloped.
I would advise you to jump on the bandwagon. The state, it is better to invest in infrastructure than in academic remuneration, because according to research and statistics, 593 educators was employed in Canada from Nigeria, and this is a big shame. Furthermore, Australia, take for example, Australia, the Commonwealth government provided loan and subsidized tuition fee for their students. There, they have what is called student contribution. Also, in 2005, Germany devoted 10.5% of total public expenditure on education, declined. And this is a great example of countries tapping into the advantages of investments in academic remuneration. However, it will put a stop to incessant strike. You all will agree with me that in the industrialized country of the world, such as Finland, USA, and Australia, where education is highly valued, there has been nothing like strike.
I
you aware that a majority of Nigerian youths who are currently sitting at home for 7 months? These people still wanted to invest in their academics because you're not taking it from the point of academic remuneration. You're taking it from the point of education. Now, you're saying the country should invest more in that. There are investments and the paying of the teachers. The teachers went on strike. So what are you trying to say? We should pay them more?
According to research by Punch News, it states HASU went on strike 16 times between 1999 and February 2022. So this is a great example of I advising us to invest in academic remuneration. Furthermore, it will boost workers' loyalty. It is a known fact that when workers in education sectors, when they are properly compensated, they tend to work harder. They tend to work more harder. In conclusion, when workers in education sectors are properly compensated, they feel valued and tend to work harder for their pay. Hence, bonuses and commission becomes the focal point for sources, and this will eventually have a long-term and positive effect on the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Adebanke, emphasizing that academic remuneration will encourage more students to go to school. So now we come to the floor debate. And as we wait for two people to signify that they want to engage joining with this debate, I've been told that for the sake of the camera, would you kindly, when you come to speak, when it's your turn, when you have the floor, to try and stand in this location? Am I right, young gentlemen? This is your kind of like your performance area. So, who would like to contribute to this debate? Yes, sir, in the white shirt, and then sir in the yellow shirt. 20 seconds, remember, just go straight to your point, name straight to your point.
You stated that countries like South Korea, Japan, US have invested more into their academic remuneration. But do you know that places like Singapore, Japan are more than 80% urbanized, meaning that they've invested more into their infrastructure? And it is a fact that academic remuneration is solely dependent on infrastructure. That's why when infrastructure gets better, the academic remuneration will get better. Thank you.
Thank you. That was rather forcefully said. Even I was feeling a bit threatened there. Okay.
How are you saying that they should invest more in infrastructure? To say the fact, investing in academic remuneration will prevent disaster, such as the one that happened in Ikoyi, Lagos, in 9th August in year 2022, where several lives and family breadwinners ended their lives and journey. To be candid, investing in academic remuneration will prevent this kind of catastrophe in the future because trained builders and architects, as carried out series of researches on building methodology, like those in advanced countries, would have been produced. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. So we start to close out this debate by calling on the opposition to come and summarize in 3 minutes. That's the maximum time you have. Opposition, let's go. Whoever's summarizing, let's... Yeah, they've been given their mark. Let's see if they hit their mark.
In summary, on the motion that states, it is better to invest in infrastructure than academic remuneration. My opponent made mention that payment in infrastructure will pay out faster, which I have debunked with economic standard of the country. They also made mention that the infrastructure facilities will make the economic to grow, which I have debunked with excessive spending of government on infrastructure facilities. My delectable audience, panel of judges, co-debaters, I strongly oppose the motion that states it is better to invest in infrastructure and academic remuneration because academic remuneration have an impact in people's life and their future jobs. It increases job performances. It encourages students to go to school. It allows indigent students to achieve their desired goals in life. It puts an end to incessant strikes. For this reason, I appreciate the work of Nigeria-BRITIAN Association for giving us this great opportunity for investment in academic remuneration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Summarizing, reiterating a number of the points that were made and some rebuttal to start off with. So to finish for this debate, we're going to go back to the proposition and call on the summary speaker, that's Safia, for the proposition.
My name is Safia Imam for Abyssinia International School, and I am here to summarize and further buttress our stance on the topic that it is better to invest in infrastructure than to invest in academic remuneration. Like my second speaker said, an investment into infrastructure will bring about faster economic growth. The growth will be inclusive growth for everybody and not just educators. There is reported to be a 1.5% to 2% increase in your GDP when you invest in infrastructure. It is also known that an investment into academic remuneration will not help everybody but the educators.
Take your time, you got 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Safia. Again, reiterating what was said before and engaging in some rebuttal. So that concludes our third debate. For both schools, again, a very high quality debate. Let's clap for King Ado Senior High School as they return, as well as for Avicenna. Thank you both very much. Well done. Trust me, your start was so strong, it still made it a very high quality debate. Well done to both sides. We're plowing on. We have to plow on because my mathematical mind, when I'm not doing this, well, you can see why I do this, because if you do maths, you're good with logic. Logic helps you in debate. So my mathematical mind is telling me that we're probably on for like a 4 o'clock finish for those 4 schools engaged, 4 or even 4:30 at the moment. But so we move on at pace. Debate number 3. Nigeria needs a 5,000 naira note. For the proposition, we have Ali Mosho Senior High School, represented by... Do excuse me. Oh, I jumped. Do excuse me. I've got it. Now I've got it. Now I've got it. So, proposition is Okeodo Senior High School, represented by Robiat Adedokun. And... Okay, she's coming. And... So this is Robiat Adedokun and Mercy Morris. You are our proposition. You never know, this might get to the CBN. And for our opposition, we have SEF, Supreme Education, represented by Tofumi Olusodo. And I'm waiting for them to see you first. Keep clapping until they sit down. That's the whole idea. Some of them have a longer walk, so be it. You just keep clapping. So this is Tofumi Olusodo and also Agunloye Ayi Toyosi. Let's keep clapping until they're seated and then we just go straight into it. We have our debaters. We have our motion, which I remind you is Nigeria needs a 5,000 naira note. To open the case for the proposition, we go to the to Okeodo Senior High School and call on Robiat Adedokun. Let's please.
The chair, panel of adjudicators, and of course the floor. This house says Nigeria needs a 5,000 naira note, and we are here to prove it. You see, when my teacher first gave me this debate, I felt defeated for 2 reasons. 1, I had pretty much read on this topic, and everyone said the cons exceeded the pros. 2, I needed to be convinced about this proposition before convincing others. But I felt the arguments I was getting were as useless as the Nigerian coins. Well, I read and researched, and this Latin quote summarizes my findings. Nihil est insatius virgo, nihil obsequious voluntas omnium, which means nothing is more unpredictable than the mob, nothing more obscure and limiting than public opinion. I put it to the house that it was mob mentality and ignorance that made many people reject the idea of the 5,000 naira note when it was first introduced. It is still the same mob mentality that is making many believe that the introduction of the 5,000 naira note will devalue our money. You know why? You can sway 1,000 men by appealing to their prejudice, quicker than you can convince a man by logic. A brief background for clarity. Section 19A of the CBN Act 2007 states, the currency notes and coins issued by the central bank shall be in such denomination of naira or fraction. Thereof and shall be approved by the president on the recommendation of the board. Thus, in 2012, the former CBN governor, Lamido Sanusi, proposed the introduction of the 5,000 naira notes, which will have the faces of Margaret Apo, Ajiagambo Sueba, and Fumilayo Kuti. Added advantage, right? But it was rejected. Now, the introduction of the the key term here is needs, which is defined by the Oxford Dictionary as the requirement of something because it is essential and very important, not because you would like to have them. So, the question is it important to have the 5,000 naira notes? Yes. My reasons. Nigeria has a cash-based economy and is a cash-reliant nation. In fact, in 2022, www.merchantmachine.uk ranks Nigeria the fourth most cash-reliant country in the world. What this means is that we make use of cash rather than digital payments, which is due to our incessant internet problems and bank issues. Now, the introduction of the 5,000 naira notes will be necessary in this challenging situation to limit customers' inconvenience. What do I mean? If 63% of our payment was made with cash, especially in the informal sector, the bulkiness that comes from the lower denomination notes is a red flag, which is dangerous in a country with a high crime rate. Now, with a high crime rate, imagine carry 50,000 naira notes in 100 or 200 naira notes in your pocket to places like Oshodi, Jaba, Agege, and even Isaleko. Is it not better to tell the pickpockets and thieves, pick me, I'm all yours? Point of information. Decline. Listen, Nigeria cannot and will not continue to use future plans to solve current problems until we become cashless, which is not today, not tomorrow, or anytime soon. Point of information. The higher accepted.
Okay, so how do you assure the security of persons if 5,000 naira notes are? It even makes it easier. People can carry cash of 1 million naira with 5,000 naira notes, and they can be robbed just the same. So how does 5,000 naira notes make people safer, as you said?
Thank you. I'm not done with my debates yet. Please, when we get to the bridge, we'll cross it. I'm not done yet. I'll get there. As I was saying, what we need now is for our economies to learn how to economically manage our economy to become one of the best economies in the world. Besides, Nigeria needs this 5,000 naira note to meet higher demand for currency brought about by inflation. The House will agree with me that the value for currency, especially the lower denomination notes, has been eroded over time because of inflation and recession. And we need help. Attentive panel of adjudicators, the opposition. I have two questions. One, when last did you see or use the 5 naira, 10 naira, or 20 naira notes? Two, how is prices of goods escalating in your area? I will give you my answers. For the former, it has been a while I saw them, and believe me, I cannot be categorized as rich. And for the latter, your guess is as good as mine. I know the opposition may say this will affect our economy, but Japan and South Korea, two of the strongest economies in the world, two of the strongest economies in the world. But Japan and South Korea, two of the strongest economies in the world, according to www.investopedia.com, has denomination way higher. Did you know that the 10,000 yen used in Japan is worth $90, which is 42,000 naira? You didn't? Let me bless you with another fact. Philip Hans Francis, a Dutch economist, analyzed 40 years of data on inflation and denomination for 59 countries, and his results showed that higher denomination notes are introduced when there is inflation, and not the other way around. This is Nigeria, whose inflation rate accelerated to 21.82% in 2023. Declined. In 2023.
Time up. Thank you very much. Time up. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robia. Let's clap as she goes to her seat, please. opening the case for this debate with a Latin quote. I wouldn't even try that myself, but it was a Latin quote on the power and the emotions of the mob. Quite an education, but I won't go through everything. 63% in our cash-based economy. Having said that, let's move across the benches and go to Supreme Education and call on Tofumi Olusodo to open up the case.
Do we desire to make our naira as worthless as the Zimbabwean currency? Or do we prefer it as confused or complicated as Rwanda's? Nigeria's economy is already pathing its way to economic mishap, where hyperinflation and terrible economic decisions are made. And with the trend of the new notes that were just recently launched, Nigeria is walking straight into its doom. It is a known fact that developed countries like Switzerland, Germany, Canada, and the almighty United States do not possess 5,000 naira notes. And they certainly do not use their 1,000 notes as well. So who do we, a West African developing country, think we are to launch our 5,000 naira notes before them? Good morning, the chairman, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, special invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tofumi, and I'm going to be opposing the motion which states Nigeria needs a 5,000 naira notes. With the launch of bigger denominations, two things happen. The currency goes downhill, the value of the currency goes downhill, and inflation, which is the increase in price, as well as the reduction in purchasing power, and our current pandemic as a country gains momentum. When 5,000 naira notes are introduced into Nigeria, Nigeria is going to have to deal with problems of purchasing. Think of the market people. Let's imagine a Yabo. If 5,000 naira notes are launched into the system, how is Yabo supposed to give change to you that wants to buy pepper of maybe 200 if she has all 5,000 naira notes? How are you going to board easy transports like the BRT buses or the Danfo or the Okada? You're not going to be able to do that because these 5,000 naira notes won't be easily depleted. Let's be relatable. Let's talk about our parties. Now, as Nigerians, we love to party. Come rain, come sunshine. We love parties. We have weddings, we have burials, we even have divorce parties.
Point of issue.
Declined, respectfully declined. We all have parties. And one thing common to all our parties is cash spending. The simple depletion of big money into smaller notes like hundreds and fifties make the show of love in all these events easy. So if we have all 5,000 naira notes, what are we going to spend again? Are we going to have to spend just 5,000 naira notes only? Or are people going to be forced to spend nothing at all? Because money can easily be depleted into bundles of hundreds and fifties to spray 5,000. But with just a 5,000 naira notes or with bulk of 5,000 naira notes, people will be forced to outdo themselves because they want to show love. Or let's talk about the unnecessary need to move on as Nigerians. We already know that Nigeria is broke. As of January 5th, 2023, we are currently owing $176 billion to over 31 international bodies.
Point of information.
Respectfully declined. The IMF, IDA, and other countries like Japan and China included. If we want to make this money, the 5,000 naira notes, who are we going to get the money from? Because we need money to print money, and we don't have these enough monies. And according to Godwin Emefiele, it was said that about 40 million naira would be needed to print new 5,000 naira notes. So where are we going to get 40 million naira to print notes that are going to wreak havoc into our economy? Because even if we should borrow, these people are not going to give money to people who are already owing them and then embarrass us. Lastly, and in conclusion, I believe...
Point of information.
Accepted.
When you started your debate, you talked about Zimbabwe. Did you know that what happened to Zimbabwe was mismanagement of fund brought about by their president, Robert Mugabe? It was not the currency.
In Nigeria, we don't have a better government than them. Our government is currently going through crisis, and I can't stand here in all honesty and truth and say our government is there yet. It is developing, but I believe we have places to go. And I don't think the launch of a 5,000 naira note would in any way help us. In fact, I believe it will wreck us because our government
Point of information.
Can I finish my sentence? Our government may be worse than theirs, and then launching something into our very corrupt company, very corrupt economy is going to wreak havoc into us.
No, out of time, I didn't take the time. Yeah, sorry.
In conclusion, I believe Nigeria does not need a 5,000 naira note because we are too corrupt to handle this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tofumi, talking to us about hyperinflation and even this practical challenge of just giving change. So we come across to the proposition, and to further the case, we call on Mercy Morris to further the case for Uki Udu Senior High School. Let's clap for her, please.
The chair, the opposition team, the attentive listeners. I am Morris Mercy, and I'm here to oppose the motion which states Nigerian is the 5,000 naira note. In 2022, the Economist Global Livability Index ranked Nigeria as one of the top 10 worst places to live. In 2022, Forbes.com ranked Nigeria as the third most dangerous place to live. In the same 2022, the United Nations Human Development Index ranked Nigeria as the worst country to live in. Now, what were the indices considered? Civil war, ethnic violence, terrorist insurgencies, and the worst criminalities you can think of. Sounds familiar? Exactly. The panel of adjudicators, did you know that Nigeria has consistently been on this list for years? Now tell me, considering all this, coupled with the collapse of our financial system, is it not best for people to legitimately hold or save cash for emergencies? Now, what denomination note is best for this? A higher denomination like the proposed 5,000 naira note. I am not a prophet of doom, but like my grandmother would say in Yoruba, dear, loosely translated as, attend to small problems before they become uncontrollable. The panel of adjudicators, Nigeria is on the precipice of the greatest human disaster, and we need to be ready to survive. Before my opposition launches on this, listen. We're not demanding that this must be a policy response by the CBN. But remember, that the proposition is about the need, which is a response to a problem. We definitely need a saving vehicle, emergency resource for our self-imposed crisis. I cannot be avoiding bullets. Why can't we bulky notes and still survive? Besides, the introduction of the 5,000 naira notes will positively influence our saving culture as a nation. Prarang Obe, a professor at the York University State School of Business, in his 2009 paper, he conducted 3 studies in the research on denomination effect. His findings suggested that people are more likely to spend money represented by lower denomination, and that consumers prefer to receive money in a higher denomination where there is a need to control spending. You see, this influences spending decisions, and the ripple effect has implications on various sectors in our society, including consumer welfare, monetary policy, and finance industry. For example, you will agree with me that during the COVID-19 pandemic, and even the self-imposed cash crunch sponsored by the CBN governor and federal government, people used and still use lower denomination to free thrifter and higher denomination to save more. You need to understand that the 2 most important issues in development economies and for developing countries like Nigeria are how to stimulate investment and increase saving. The 5,000 naira note will help us achieve this. Also, Nigeria needs the 5,000 naira note to avoid wasting our resources on printing currency notes too often. Let me break it down. You see, lower denomination currency notes see a lot of wear and tear and need more replacements as compared to a higher denomination like the proposed 5,000 naira note. So basically, a lot of investment has to be put into printing of notes or coins of lower denomination all the time. And it's easy for the CBN to use the opportunity to keep redesigning what has been designed already. Accepted.
Okay, so you just said the printing of lower denominations leads to wear and tear. Yes. Is it the printing of the cash or the quality of the cash? And how does printing and how does printing 5,000 naira notes, if it's going to be the same quality or material as the lower ones, make a difference?
Okay. The lower denomination experience a lot of wear and tear because mostly the lower denomination are used daily transactions, while the higher denomination are mainly used for savings. If you observe, you'll see most of the 200 naira notes torn, but mostly the 1,000 naira notes is hardly you see them torn. Otherwise, why? Let me continue from where I stopped. Otherwise, why would the CBN governor, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, in 2022 choose to redesign the naira notes while forcing us to get them in a short time? What is the rush? The same investment that can be used for sectors like agriculture, commerce, and education? But no, the oppositions prefer we use our money to buy our own money from the money we saved, when we can simply have higher denomination notes in circulation. Attentive listeners, you need to understand that higher denomination are sold to the banks at a premium. Section 5, subsection 3 of the CBN Act 2007 requires that at the end of its year, 75% of its net surplus must be paid to the federal government. Here lies an incentive to earn more money. Is this not a way to boost Nigeria's economy? The panel of educators. At this junction, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MM. Yoruba proverb telling us to attend to small problems before they become too big, and it could help us avoid printing more money so that we don't run out of paper. So, to close out this particular debate, we come to the opposition, and we call on Ayitoyosi Agunloye.
Muda Yusuf, director of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, once said, and I quote, "The higher the denomination, the better use of cash as an instrument of corruption." With all protocol duly observed, my name is Akintola Ayitoyosi, and with what has been previously said, I believe Nigeria, as we know today, is a place where corruption comes from every nook and cranny. Where we look, we see corruption. In our government, we see corruption. In our everyday lives, corruption is breeding. And I personally, and I strongly have this nagging feeling that if we have this 5,000 naira notes, I believe that it is not going to work out. While I was researching on this topic, I was looking for I was trying to go into the preposition's head. I was trying to go into his head, and I thought of reasons of why he would say, okay, yes, this is why we should have a 5,000 naira note. And one of the reasons I saw was because of the fact that it will have easy access to be carrying around. And then one thing I said is, okay, if it's easily accessible to carry around, what about how easy it would be to buy votes? What about how easy it would be to bribe the officers? What about the buying of conscience, the power? What about them? Devaluation is nothing but a concealment of big debts. That was said by Victor Canning. Would you want a government? Would you want a government that they are putting their own well-being before you? They know that what they are doing is wrong, and they are putting the well-being before the people they are supposed to serve. I believe that your answer is no. Instead, they are selling the idea that the 5,000 naira is for our benefit, while it's just for them to take a
Point of information.
Yes.
When you started your debate, you said higher denomination will increase corruption. Can you please explain how it's going to increase corruption?
Because of the fact that, as we all know, if we continue and we get the 5,000 denomination now, the corrupt politicians that we have around, with the 1,000 naira that we have now, they hoard it in their houses, which is one of the reasons the CBN gave for the circulation of the new naira notes. They hoard the 1,000 nairas in their houses. But now, if we give the 5,000 naira, it will be very easy to do corruption in the blind day of the light. Because of the fact, tell me why, if you have 1,000 and you want to give someone 100,000 naira, it will be obvious to you that yes, this money is big and it's going to be used for corruption. But instead, if you use 5,000 naira notes, it is so obvious that it's going to be like very, very few, like 5 notes, and you're just going to give it up to somebody for bribery and corruption. As I go on. So, with the 5,000 naira notes, it is going to increase money laundering. Like I said when I was answering their questions, we all have these politicians who, when they are going around, they are hoarding the money, they are keeping it in a place, they are keeping it in their sockaway, they are keeping it in boxes in their houses, and we all know they are hiding them. But if they keep it in, if it's 5,000 naira, corruption is just going to be going around. And Nigeria as it is now, people are complaining, it is like this, it's like that. But then they do not know this 5,000 naira note, it is going to increase it. It is going to make this place that we are already calling a hell, it's going to make it less bearable. Thank you.
Let's clap, yes. Thank you, Ayitoyosi, encouraging us not to encourage
tell you that. The same health experts will tell you that these drugs have side effects and you will need them to stay alive. And you need them to stay alive, right? But you need them to stay alive, right? Okay, the opposition said it will increase rate of corruption. The opposition said it will increase rate of corruption. Did you know that in Nigeria, corruption is a constant phenomenon? Greed, attitude, people attitude are what led to corruption. Earlier, the opposition also said, someone here said, it will alter the structure of prices in market. The structure are altered already. Let's take for instance, how much are they selling Indomie last year and this year? Thank you.
For your opponents and even then rebutting. So that, I believe, concludes our third debate as all the debates go back, both from Okeodo Senior High School and from Supreme Education. Let's clap for them, please. They have all done very well. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. You must clap until they sit. Keep clapping. One of them is seated. Keep clapping. They're not sat down yet. Keep clapping. They're nearly there. Nearly there. The reason why I've urged you to clap so vociferously, so vehemently, is because did you notice, gentlemen, that was an all-girls debate. That was an all-women's debate. So one more time. Let's clap for them, please. Yes, I love it when we have a bit of girl power. So we're plowing on. I've asked, should we take a little break? But we're plowing on. We have our fourth debate, and for the proposition, we have Alimosho Senior High School, represented by Boluwatife Akinfenwa and Amudalat Salam. And the opposition, Rona Secondary School, represented by Jibril Kadri and Neri or Neni Okoro. Neri, N-E-R-I. Thank you very much. So we have our motion. This is our fourth debate. We're doing well. We're making up. Our fourth debate, the motion is stated, most African nations are still operating a one-party state. If you have party written twice there, just ignore that. The motion is, most African nations are still operating a one-party state. We have our motion, we have our debaters, so we start. I call on the proposition to open up their case. That is Alimosho Senior High School, represented by Boluwatife Akinfenwa. Yes, clap for her, please.
Good morning, the moderator, panel of adjudicators, co-debaters, and the attentive audience. Standing before you is Akinfenwa Boluwatife, a student of Alimosho Senior Grammar School. I am here to propose the motion in the states. Most African nations are still operating a one-party state. According to www.wikipedia.org, a one-party state, single-party state, one-party system, or a single-party system is a sovereign state in which only one political party has the right to form the government, usually based on the existing constitution. All other political parties are either outlawed or only enjoy limited participation in political elections. Some one-party states are considered dictatorship, or a police state, or a military dictatorship. The one-party state is also a common trait of communist Marxist-Leninist political philosophies. Panel of adjudicators, I stand to declare that most African states are still operating a one-party system. From the definition given above, a major feature of a one-party state is that other political parties may exist, but only enjoy limited and controlled participation in elections. The result of this many times is that only one political party gets to assume the seat of power as an expression of incumbent dominance, and especially because they have been able to extend their influence across various facets of the economy. Ghana is a country that has two dominant parties, making it quite hard for other parties to assume the seats of power. These two dominant parties are the National Democratic Congress, NDC, and the National People's Congress, National People's Party, NPP, which makes it quite very hard for any other party to try to assume the seats of power. Panel of adjudicators. If we engage a cross-examination of several other countries that are domiciled in a political party in every nation, using Nigeria as a case study, we would find that every political party is just a compendium of several other persons who have deflected from other parties in order to satisfy a personal political interest. Take Nigeria, the just concluded Nigeria elections and the candidates as a scenario. Your POI, please.
You said that you talked about how in Ghana the two parties are dominating the country, but then we are here to talk about the one-party system. So if two parties are dominating their country, doesn't that mean that they're practicing a two-party system?
Panel of adjudicators. The topic states most African nations are still operating a one-party system. I gave an example of two parties that are dominating in Ghana. I did not say multi-party system. Thank you. So, if taking Nigeria as a case study, we will find that, I don't know, it was stated in the news that the Labour Party governorship candidate was once a former PDP member who switched to Labour Party because opportunities for his success seem brighter. These various people who are forming different political parties only have varied seasonal interests, and that is to gain the political power. Why then? Don't you know that the aim of this political party has been defeated? Panel of adjudicators. In Kenya, we have a one-party state. These one-party states are doing very well in every aspect because it is quite faster to make decisions. Everything in these countries are better compared to a multi-party state, where we have problems like war, natural disasters, to mention but a few. In conclusion, panel of adjudicators, except if you and I are bent on embracing a pseudo-ceremonial political party, upon listening to my argument, you would have to accept with me that indeed most African nations are still and will continue to operate a one-party system. I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Bulu, opening the case for the proposition, hanging her case on the definition of the motion being a one-party state where one party is dominant, and speaking of the number of deflections. So we go over to the bench, go across the benches to Corona, who is the opposition, and we call on Jubril Kadri to open up their case.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jubril Kadri of Corona Secondary School, the leader of the opposition. And I am here that this house opposes the motion that says most African countries still practice the one-party system. By doing this, I will list the features of a one-party system and relate them to Africa of today. In a one-party system, there is no official opposition, meaning that any probable or eventual opposition isn't even in the least recognized because of the dominance of the ruling party or the fact that only one party is constitutionally allowed. But this isn't prominent in Africa. I will use agriculture in Nigeria as an example. As of 2015, Goodluck Jonathan lost the presidential election despite only serving one term as the president of Nigeria. In a one-party system, would that be allowed? Also, I'll also talk about how in Anambra, APGA has been dominating that state for the past 17 years, despite different people sitting on the presidential seat. In a one-party state, that won't have been allowed because in a one-party state, the party that is dominating the whole country dominates it as a whole and doesn't allow any other states to have their own primary leaders. And this doesn't only happen in Anambra. In many other states, they have experienced change of party leaders. Also, to further emphasize on my first point, in a one-party system, it doesn't tolerate any opposition, meaning that the already unofficial opposition isn't even tolerated. So, if Africa practices a one-party system, then why is there suddenly a rise of independent candidates? So, in Swaziland, or Eswatini, there has been all their presidents since 1979 have been independent candidates, despite the existence of political parties, from 1979 till date. Also, I'll use the example of Tunisia. As in 2019, President Kais Saied won the presidential election despite being an independent candidate. He did this in the midst of existence of big parties such as the Ennahda movement, Democratic Current, and Heart of Tunisia. In a one-party system, would that have been allowed? Is it that surprising? For in a one-party system, most of these people who try to oppose the dictator are most of the time eliminated. Also, moreover, in a one-party system, political, economic, and social freedom is denied. Democracy, not only being the most practiced and most dominant electoral system in the world, is also the most dominant system in Africa. For on the economic side, I can tell you that this isn't at all prominent in Africa. For there is no sign of this in Africa.
Point of information, please.
Yeah.
You said democracy is dominant in most African countries. Can you give me at least two examples of African countries that have democracy dominant in their country and that are fully practicing it without any diversion?
Okay. Most African countries. So two countries that are currently practicing the democracy is our very own country, Nigeria, as they are fully practicing it with the existence exactly in this past election, as there were 18 parties that contested for the presidential election. And another country that practices this system is South Africa, as in South Africa they practice democracy, and in South Africa many people are allowed to vote for the people who
POI,
become the
please.
president. Yeah.
You mentioned earlier that Goodluck Jonathan of the People's Democratic Party was removed from his post even after serving only one term. But do you know that any ruling party that stays in power for more than one consecutive term is said to be practicing a one-party system?
It can't be said to be practicing a one-party system because, as you heard me, he only practiced one term. If Nigeria was a one-party system, then this wouldn't have been allowed, because any opposition that tries to go against him is most of the time not tolerated and is eliminated. Now, going on with my speech.
POI, please.
Denied. Economically, there are 9,864 powerful private companies that currently exist in Africa. In a one-party system, this wouldn't have been allowed, because in a one-party system, the government will want to provide for the people and won't allow private companies to try and interfere with this. So, if you can see all these companies like Glo, NASCO, Airtel, and Seaway around you, how can you say that we practice a one-party system? Politically, Africa is dominated by states practicing the multi-party system. In Africa, 5 out of 7 in North Africa, 6 out of 8 in Central Africa, 2 out of 5 in South Africa, 14 out of 16 in Western Africa, and 12 out of 50 countries in East Africa, are all dominated by the multi-party system. And socially, the Western influence on Africa has been able to help us to protest against leaders who want to stop us from choosing our leaders. Many protests, for example, the popular protest against Muammar Gaddafi's 42-year reign in October 20, 2011, end of Zain al-Abidin Ben Ali's reign in January 24, 2011, and 30-plus other protests that have happened since 2011. So these are just some of my points that I'm telling you about why multi-party system, about why the one-party system isn't dominant in Africa and prominent in most states. Thank you.
Thank you, Kadiri, our current leader of the opposition, who emphasized the case of APC in 2015 and how they were able to take over power. So, coming across against the government benches, we call on Amudalat Salam to further their case. Yes, please.
Standing on existing protocol, standing before you is the voice and the image of Salam Amdalat Moreni KG, a student of Ali Mosho Senior Grammar School, here today to support the motion in the states. Most African states are still operating a one-party system. The first, and by far, the most important task of every African government is to promote internal peace. That is, to prevent anarchy and to provide a maximum of stability. Exploring from the lens of the first president of Zimbabwe, President Robert Mugabe, he stated that any other party except from the one-party system would eventually lead to the weakening of the central governing authority and threatens the very existence and integrity of the young states. Your POI, please. The one-party system is also beneficial in an African context because generally, African states were weak at the time of independence. At that time, African states were just starting to stand on their own. Not so many citizens depended on formal institutions for survival. For instance, in Kenya, majority of the citizens depended on subsistence farming. Therefore, it became difficult for the government to have control in a case where the social structure were greater than the state structure. Your question, please.
You gave an example of Robert Mugabe and one of the things that he once said. But Robert Mugabe was a dictator in Zimbabwe for 30 years until he was finally impeached, just because the people didn't like him. So how did they practice how is their one-party system better?
Okay. Your question, I love your question. Before the Zimbabwe officially became a one-party state, the Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAPU, led by Robert Mugabe, and the Zimbabwe African National Union, ZANU, was led by his opposition, Rona, and the two came into a fight. But then, after discussing, they decided that it's only by declaring a one-party system would this be solved. Is your question answered? Therefore, it became difficult for the government to have a control in a case where the social structure was stronger than the state structure. The one-party system therefore became an avenue of control. The one-party system was favored because it was believed that having a centralized form of government would hasten economic development. The argument was that a one-party system would provide an absolute control of government and resources, which makes it easier to plan and implement public consumption. In Kenya, this was very evident in the way the government declared that every development project that were being rolled out throughout the country were courtesy of the Kanu regime and its commitment to deliver good service to the people. Moreover, African democracy have been distinguished by the character of the political party. They are easily labeled as illiberal civilian autocracy. This future, coupled with the emerging so-called dominant party, was demonstrated the inclination of the one-party system. In other words, a dominant party system is a reincarnation of the one-party system. For instance, Nigeria has gained democracy decades ago, but the country is sliding towards a one-party system. Any ruling party that stays in power for more than one consecutive term is said to be practicing a one-party system. Taking Kenya as a case study, the Federal Party of Kenya is the only recognized party in Kenya. As a result of the other party, the Kenya African Democratic Union (KADU) and the Kenya Social Congress (KSU) have been denied access to organize rally nor have manifestos and ideologies. Isn't that a camouflage of the one-party system? I take your silence as a yes. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, whether a one-party system is good or bad of governance is dependent on various factors. In my opinion, it all boils down to the question of, are the government committed to the people? Is the social party in contrast committed to the people as espoused by Thomas Hobbes? Are the party leaders committed to serving these people? This is because all political frameworks have shortcomings depending on the context in which they are employed. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand boldly, firmly, and strongly to support the motion that states most Africans are still operating a one-party state. Once again, I remain Salam Abdallah Keji. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salam Keji Amdalat. Yes, live in person, telling you about the history of Zimbabwe's version of democracy and definition of a one-party state. So we have our final speaker for this particular debate, main speech that is, and we go to the opposition benches to call on Neri Okoro. Let's clap, please. Don't get tired.
Africa, as a continent, may at this point still be going through her rough formative years. But are there any sufficient grounds for anyone to conclude that most African countries practice the one-party state system? My answer to this is a capital no. Good day, everyone. I am Neri Okolo. the deputy leader of the opposition. And this house believes that the government needs to understand that there is a clear difference between a nation that practices a one-party state system and nations that run on poor political structures. Well, it's a matter of semantics. While we may not agree that most African countries practice one-party state system, we may say that most African countries run on one poor political structures. This is not because they are not constitutionally empowered, but because they are manned by men and women who have failed to do their duties as leaders. However, for instance, the Nigerian constitution empowers the three arms of government to exercise oversight functions over each other. It goes as far as empowering the legislative to impeach a sitting governor or president. But the men who occupy these seats act as puppets to the president or tolerate any form of his rascality. Does that mean that we run a one-party state system? Well, your guess is as good as mine. We had a situation in Nigeria in 2007 where a sitting president allegedly wanted the legislative to review the constitution to allow his third term bid. And of course, this unpopular agenda was declined. This kind of shows that Nigeria's
POI, please.
This kind of shows that Nigeria's constitution is getting more mature to understand the concepts of fairness in politics. This kind of, I must add that instances like this abound in African countries. Most African countries have regular electoral cycles where elections are held within intervals. For instance, elections are held every 5 years in Kenya, every 4 years in Nigeria, and every 5 years in South Africa. Now, let's take a country like Liberia. Now, before any woman can obtain a seat in the parliament, there must have been a lot of talk or criticism behind the scene. Decline. There must be a lot of talk or criticism behind the scenes. But we have Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who was born in 1938. Despite being a new party, won the presidential election to guide Bryant. This points to the fact that African countries are moving away from dictatorship, and power resides in the hands of the masses, who decides on whom leads them at any point in time. Many African countries, in the early years of their dictatorship, of their independence, went through the gruesome experience of military leaders. We have Idi Amin of Uganda. We have Mobutu Sese Seko of Zaire, which is now known as Congo. And we have our very own Sani Abacha. But the reign of these men is long gone. But I'm sure most of the students here only encountered him in history textbooks. Well, as a matter of fact, Zaire has long since changed their name to the Democratic Republic of Congo since the reign of Sese Seko. Most African countries practice the multi-party state system, where different political parties present candidates for elections into various offices as stated in their constitution. Most African countries run a communist socialist ideology, where the government is in total control of the means of production and distribution in the country. Hence, private individuals are not allowed any form of ownership. But this is not what is obtainable in most African countries. Rather, most African countries run a mixed economic system where both public and private individuals are encouraged. Okay. This also points out the fact that most African countries don't practice the one-party state system. Thank you.
Let's please. Thank you very much. Neri Okolo, our deputy leader of the opposition, closing out the case and this particular round of the debate. and reminding us of a certain leader in our country who went for a third-term bid in 2007. The person shall remain nameless. So now we are on to our floor debate. Some of you get what I'm saying. We're on to our floor debate, and I'll pick on two people quickly. Yes, please come forward. Come forward, come forward. Those are our two people. 20 seconds, let's make our point. Yeah, you'll probably make your point in 20 seconds before she arrives.
I support with the proposition stating that African countries still operate a one-party system, but it is more under a guise. For example, in countries like Gabon, there has been a one-party system. There have been many parties, but only one has been ruling since 1967. If I say that only the GDP of Gabon has been in power, and it has been going from father to son, from Mr. Omar Bongo to Ali Bongo till now, and it has been, and it's still, and Ali Bongo is still president of Gabon till now. That will tell you that it might not just be only Gabon. Other African countries all around the world, they are still like that. They are still operating the one-party system.
He was just warming up. Let's clap for him, please. Yes, that was Mbongo. As soon as speaking out of Mbongo, what else do you expect?
All protocols duly observed. I believe most African countries operate a one-party system. Let's take Nigeria's scenario for example. Fiscally, we operate multi-party system, but we have various party members cross-carpeting to another party. We see someone as a PDP member today, and tomorrow he or she is already an APC member. So technically, we still indirectly practice a one-party system. Thank you.
Very clearly. Big hand, please. Very big hand. See how quickly you can make your points, how clearly you can make it coherently as well. So, opposition, are we ready? It is your turn to come and summarize in 3 minutes, please.
Standing on existing protocols, I am Jubril Kadir of Corona Secondary School, the leader of opposition. So, to summarize, I don't understand on what grounds you can possibly believe that most countries in Africa practice a one-party system when only two practice the de jure one-party system. If you don't know what the de jure one-party system is, this means that only one party is constitutionally allowed. These two countries being Western Sahara and Zimbabwe. So what happens to the other 52? Do they also practice the one-party system? Or do they just practice the one-party system where one party is dominant? But out of all those countries, most of these countries practice the multi-party system. And also to summarize, socially, many protests have over the years have been done against the one-party system. So if most African countries practice the one-party system, then how come the citizens of these countries don't like this one-party system? For example, the same Zimbabwe that has been mentioned time and time again, in November 21st, 2017, Robert Mugabe was impeached after 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your summary there, Kadri. Remind us of the definition one party, where one party is constitutionally allowed. So to close out the whole debate, we come to the government benches and we call on Bulu to summarize. 3 minutes.
All protocols duly observed. Panel of adjudicators, esteemed audience, the topic for this debate still remains. This House says that most African nations are still operating a one-party state. My friends in argument here, they didn't make me feel like I was debating while I came outside here, because they didn't ask me so many POIs. But my partner there was trying to ask them POI, which they declined everything. Panel of adjudicators, I want you to know that my friends in argument, they did not make a deep research because they were persistent about Nigeria. Nigeria is not the only African state that we know. We have 54 African states, and they all practice one-party states. My friends in argument also, they agreed with me that most African states are still operating a one-party system because they could not prove to me that truly no African state is practicing a one-party system, which my friend over there and I were able to do. Panel of adjudicators, I'd like to bring to your notice that she said Africans are moving away from dictatorship. Who says that? While I was giving my definition, I said that most African countries are always dictatorship. They practice police dictatorship or a military dictatorship. I will give you the example of Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone, some years back, while they were contesting for the political parties, a certain political party called APC, All People's Congress, they came in to contest for the seat of power, but they were not allowed to win because SLLPP won the party. Then a dictatorship party came in, which is a military dictatorship. They took the power from them because they want APC to win. They know very well that APC has been doing so very well in that state. And when SLLPP come in, nothing like that will continue. So this means that most African states are still operating a one-party system. My friends in argument also said that Nigeria practices a one-party system. They didn't give me other states that are practicing one-party system. We have countries like Kenya, Zimbabwe, Gabon. Like one of the floor debaters said, he said, I would like to give you more insight on Gabon. Do you know that Gabon is a dictatorship state and also a monarchy state? In the sense that the president of Gabon, after his tenure had ended, he brought his son in to continue his seat. Is that supposed to be so? Is that not a one-party state? Indirectly. Panel of adjudicators. My friends in arguments, they are failed in all means to give us tangible reasons why most African nations are not operating a one-party system. And I, Akintola Boluwatife, and with my partner over there, having just opposed, elucidated, we reaffirm our stand to say that most African states are still operating a one-party system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bolu, doing her job for the proposition, doing the judge's job, and reminded us of the military and how they're still dominant in Africa. Thank you both parties very much. Well, both schools very much. Thank you to Alimosho Senior High School. Big hand as they return to their seats, please. And to Corona as they return to their seats, please. You can both return to your seats. You've both done fantastically well. Yes, keep clapping, please. I have been inspired. I have been inspired by lunch that is on the horizon. So we have to plow on through debate 5 and debate 6 even. And so I'm going to call up the 5th debate, which has a motion of online safety should be a timetabled subject in the 21st century. Proposition, we have Vivian Fowler, Speaker 1, Kibati Ige. Speaker 2, Harriet Ario. Opposition. Take your time. Let's keep clapping, please. Opposition. Dansol High School. Speaker 1, Tomisin Koka. See, I like to give a little space. I like to give a little space so people can clap. So you get your own individual clap. Speaker 2, Chukudera Daniel. Madame et messieurs, les garçons et les filles, we are ready to debate. We have our debaters, we have our motion which states, this House says online safety should be a timetabled subject in the 21st century. The proposition is Vivian Fowler, the first speaker is Kibati Ige. The floor is yours.
In Nigeria in 2019, over 1.7 thousand males were arrested for advanced fee fraud, while 878 males and over 70 females were arrested for cybercrime in 2019. I ask you today, how do we save our younger generation from such madness? Good morning, Chairman, panel of judges, co-debaters, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kibasige, and this House proposes the motion that online safety should be a timetable subject in the 21st century. Let's start. Our phones, devices, tablets, electronic journals, all of which have internet access, are both connected to the internet and negatively influence our lives every day. They put the human world at risk constantly, every time. Over 30 million children are on the internet without any parental supervision. Is this what you want for your child? Because of the lack of online safety, children are suffering. We are uneducated. Nobody can properly protect themselves. This debate today is to emphasize on the point that a one-off training, a one-off superficial training that lacks depth cannot emphasize the need for online safety in people's lives. People do not know what to do. Children just wander around the internet, typing rubbish. Is that what you want for your child? I do not want that for anybody around me. Online safety is essential and should be in the classroom. It is as important as biology. I asked you today. Accepted.
So you've been mentioning how children are on the internet unsupervised. Don't you think that the problem of unsupervised children on the internet while they are at home should be handled by the parents? Why does the school have to add this to their curriculum and do the job of the parents? After all, the home is the first school.
Well, now let me answer you. Your school is to educate you. I'm just going to say this, but not every parent is around every time. I get home before my mom does. So what does that mean? I have time and have space to do what I want to do. Your school should educate you on what to do. Why should your mom have to do that if she does work? She has paid your school fees, hasn't she? Back to my points. Online safety is essential. It is just as important as biology, just as important as math. And I assure you, you cannot learn biology in one day. Same as fact that you cannot learn online safety training in one day as well. So even if you choose to say that this online safety training in classes, that even if we do it, it may not stick to your head, you may not listen, you may play around. But it's the simple human nature that repetition and reinforcement sticks to you, no matter what. If somebody is repeating something in your ear constantly, you cannot tell me you'll be uneducated. If somebody is telling you that 2 + 2 is 4 every day, you will know, even till you die. What I am trying to say here today is that this needs to be reinforced in the classrooms. Students need to understand. We can't keep... Accepted.
Okay. So you said that your parents have paid their school fees. Have they not?
Yes.
Does paying your school fees mean that your parents neglect their own part and leave it to the school? It is called school fees. Fees for the school. Fees for things that should be done in school, not things that should be done at home.
Now, obviously, but as I said before, you get home before your parents, do you not? Except your mom is coming to pick you or you're in hostel. Even in hostel, they give us access to Wi-Fi. You can't get them. Accepted.
You said you get home. You get home means you and I. You cannot account for the millions of children around the nation.
Yes, I cannot. But I will account for a majority of children. Parents go to work. I am saying that online safety defined. What I'm saying today is that this training needs to be reinforced. You cannot tell me that you want to be loitering the internet. See, online training when you are not trained on education, on online safety, it is simply saying that you're on a site that you do not understand. You are loitering and using a thing that your common knowledge doesn't teach you. You do not know what to do. Children out there, they are malicious, cyber individuals. People are bullying everybody, and that is not what we want. I want people today to know how to protect themselves. People like you and I. The internet is indispensable. It is not going away. It was created for free use to express yourself. So why not educate yourself on how to protect yourself? People are very wicked out there. You can never read the mind of any individual. If somebody is bullying you, decline. If somebody is bullying you, how do you prevent? How do you save yourself? Am I supposed to run? With education, you understand and you can teach yourself what to do. If they've taught you in school, if it's in the curriculum, you attend classes, you pay attention, and you're educated. Even if you choose to say you're not listening, it will stick. If it is every week, just sacrificing a period just to teach you how to be online and be safe, it will stick to you. Even if you choose not to listen. How many of us who wants to be safe on the internet? Thank you. Now, let me say something. Take for Blue Whale, Momo. In Russia, they discovered Blue Whale in 2016. A game that coerced the minds of young children to do, in stages, to kill themselves. Eventually, they ended up dying. A child even said she didn't know what to do. She struggled and struggled and struggled with preventive methods, but what could she do? Nothing. She did not know how to protect herself. Imagine if she was educated, trained. Isn't that what you want for us? Education is power. Somebody said here today that safety without knowledge is nothing. When you do not have the knowledge to protect yourself, you can't. Until you are taught, you cannot protect yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kibati Gay. Finishing with a graphic example there. Reminding us that 30 million children are online unsupervised, and just as you need to learn biology, that's how you should have this online safety in the classroom. So, we come to the opposition benches, represented by Danso High School. Their first speaker is Tumisin Koka. Big hand, please.
Good day, esteemed moderator, panel of judges, members of the preposition, my fellow lawmakers, timekeeper, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oluwatomi Sinkoga from Dancehall High School, representing the opposition, and this house strongly believes that online safety should not be a timetable subject. It is very important to note before I go on, though, that the argument of this house is not that online safety as a subject be eradicated. Rather, that online safety should not be crammed into the regular school timetable because it is too important a subject for that. I begin. According to Statista, as of January 2023, there were 5.16 billion internet users, meaning that 64.4% of the global population is online. Online safety is the ability of individuals to recognize and understand internet threats, as well as having the skills and the knowledge that they need to avoid these threats. Do you know exactly how many types of internet threats there are? Everything from ransomware to spamming, phishing, zero-day threats, the subcategories of these threats, and even the ones not yet discovered. How do you expect to impact learners with the skills and knowledge that they need to avoid these threats or even create possible methods of combat against them within the limits of the normal school timetable? Come on, let's be real. The only way we can inculcate these complex subjects into the school's timetable is to touch it at surface level, much like licking the peel of an orange rather than cutting into that deliciously fleshy pulp. You can't possibly teach students everything that they actually need to know within a 40-minute period every day. Because between you and me, how many of us actually remember 100% of what we learned after we leave the class? And how many Nigerian students will actually pick up a note on online safety to study? When science students struggle with subjects like physics, chemistry, and biology, our students have literature in English, they have CRS, the conventional students have accounting and further maths. Accept.
You said that if it's crammed into the school timetable and takes place only for 40 minutes, that it can't be learned. But your normal classes, don't they also take place for 40 minutes? And you're also able to learn. So how do they relate? And why is it different for online safety?
Thank you for that wonderful question. I did not say that they cannot be learned within a 40-minute period like our other subjects. I said that all the knowledge that they need to learn cannot be properly acquired as they try to balance it out while learning other subjects that are their core subjects and that actually determine their future careers. Okay? Thank you. Okay, junior school students also have a lot on their plates. They have to deal with serious subjects like basic science and home economics, which form lengthy notes. And primary school students are not even spared. I remember just last week studying with my 7-year-old brother, seeing his basic science notes, and it looks so much like my SS2 biology notes. What is the guarantee that these children will even concentrate when they are thinking about all the other things they have on their plates to do? We know that the Nigerian curriculum is fully packed. On to my next point. Online safety is too sensitive a subject to be taught the way teachers teach their other subjects on the normal timetable. According to Zipia, there are 33,000 websites being hacked every day. And according to Juniper Records, 33 billion records will be stolen by cyber criminals in 2023 alone. In the 21st century, where everybody is posting their business on the internet, #unfiltered, it has even become more difficult to teach these subjects to students. So it most definitely cannot be taught like a subject whose scheme of work you are trying to
Point of
complete.
information.
And it must it most definitely cannot be taught by the school's ICT and data processing teachers. And I know the proposition will say they never said that. But has anybody honestly ever put any of this into proper consideration? I don't think so. At the end of the day, it will just end up a cram and pour, garbage in, garbage out situation. At the end of the term, at the end of the session, at the end of the year, we'll find out that everybody will go home, eat Christmas jollof, and all the knowledge goes down with the wasteful, which proves the process totally ineffective. The only effective,
Points of information.
Denied. The only effective way to carry out online safety education is with a program of its own on a designated day outside the normal school timetable, whether conducted by the school or external bodies. This online education must consist of a team of educators that are versed in software engineering, social media analysis, data analysis, virus creation, hacking, and every single subject that has to do with online safety, from user interaction to internet breaching and public networks, must be extensively considered. Otherwise, we just waste students' time with trying to find another way to cram and get an A, which makes no sense. Then again, we forget that online safety does not even have a standardized curriculum, which can lead to confusion among schools, teachers, and even students. And another point to consider is that the first school of children is the home. Parents have a part to do. If they teach their children everything they need to know on online safety, then these children can never be illiterate when it comes to online safety education. They will know something, and all the school will have to do is its job. That is, teach students what they cannot learn at home. They will teach them how to create viruses, how to build firewalls and proxy servers, which the school cannot do. Now, I've come to say this as my conclusion. Adding extra subjects to the school curriculum, increasing the length of time for the timetable period is not what is going to make children learn about online safety. Like Emma Bombrock said, I quote, and I totally agree, I have a theory about the human mind. The human brain is just like a computer. It can only take in so much facts and then it will explode. Boom. Thank you. I stay fixed on the motion of this house.
I see we're enjoying ourselves. A lot of, started off with a quote from Statista, spoke about fishing and farming and that it's too sensitive a subject and it has to be taught somehow differently. So, we're enjoying ourselves, so we're moving back to the government benches. To further the case for the proposition, we call on Harriet Aria, representing Vivian Fowler.
Online scams and frauds are becoming increasingly sophisticated, and they are targeted at people of all ages. In 2020, a report by the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, in the United States stated that consumers lost more than $3.3 billion to online scams and frauds. I ask you a question today. Could you imagine the percentage of the victims that could have been underage minors who were not well aware of how to manage themselves and not fall prey to these scams? And how do you think this could have been prevented if these children were exposed to consistent training on online safety and actually knew what to do? Good morning, our chairman, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, my co-debaters, and my ever-attentive audience. My name is Harriet Ario, a student of Vivian Fowler Memorial College for Girls, and I am here today to further buttress my chief speaker's proposition, which asserts that online safety should be a timetable subject in schools in the 21st century. Of course, we all know that the internet is an integral part of our lives and influences almost everything that we do, especially that of the Generation Z and millennials. As a report was covered by the Pew Research Center that over 95% of teenagers have access to a smartphone. But yet, a study by the University of Plymouth found that only 15% of these teenagers could identify scamming and phishing emails that were sent to them. And only 38% of them even knew what sponsored content was. I want to ask you all today, how many of you actually know what cookies are? How many of you know that it's a pathway that can be used for hackers to get your IP addresses, leak your personal information, and put you and your family in danger? If your mother did not teach you how to talk, would you know how to talk? If your mother didn't teach you, would you be able to know how to walk?
Point of information.
Declined. If your mother didn't teach you, would you be able to walk? If your mother did not teach you, would you be able to talk? Saying that online safety should not be a timetable subject in schools just further proves the fact that people are not aware that the world is going digital. And if we do not practice online safety, decline. If we do not practice online safety in schools, it is very clear that children will just become more vulnerable to phishing, scamming, cyberbullying, mental health disorders, among others. Another point why I believe that online safety should be a timetable subject in schools is that this subject is broad and its nature. It is broad and every aspect has to be treated in depth. For example, for subjects such as biology, chemistry, and physics, in the senior school curriculum, these subjects are spread over a whopping 2 or 3 years. And this is to make sure... Accepted.
You just said, and I quote, if your mother did not teach you how to talk, you wouldn't know how to talk. Your mother, not your school teacher. That's what I have to say.
In this situation, the school is your school is the prime source of information, especially in your teenage years. For people who are in hostels, for people who are boarders, for people who do not see their mothers, for people that do not even have mothers, their primary source of information is their school. So you cannot say that schools should not have online safety trainings. For people who are not as entitled or people who don't have the right values, people that are orphans. If you say you're just going to restrict online safety to something being taught at home, how would they ever learn? If they are exposed to some sort of scam, how would they be able to defend themselves? Online safety should be a timetable subject because it has a broad nature and each aspect needs to be covered in its entirety. There are like the rules and principles of managing yourself online, how to avoid pornographic content, how to manage data and collect, share, and store data online. There are so many aspects of online safety. And same with computer studies and ICT. ICT and online safety go together. Because I truly believe that you cannot say you are a fully equipped ICT students, or you cannot call yourself a digital native if you do not even know how to respond to a hacker coming into your account. If a hacker hacks your Instagram account today, what do? How many people actually report this account to the authorities? How many people actually know how to respond to this? In conclusion, I'm trying to say that online safety should be a timetable subject, because if we are able to allocate resources, time, effort, and so much more to subjects such as biology, economics, chemistry, that the concepts are stuck with us for life and teach us basic concepts and knowledge, why shouldn't we do the same for online safety? Why should online safety not be considered as important as the rest? When this world is going digital, many people will work from their homes, many people will work remotely, and you cannot say you want to use Google Classroom for learning and then a hacker hacks you, you don't know what to do. You get inappropriate content, you don't know what to do. That's just further proved my point that online safety should and can be a timetable subject in the 21st century, and I strongly stand by that. Thank you.
The debate is getting hotter. Harriet's telling us about underage victims who've been fallen victims to fraudsters, and cookies. Do you know what they are, how they are used, and to know that the world is going digital? But look, I'm sure we will have a response as well from Danso High. Speaker 2 for the opposition is Chukudera Daniel. Please further your case.
Good day, moderator, panel of judges, members of the proposition, ladies and gentlemen of the audience. I am Chukudera Daniel, and opposition to today's motion, and this house strongly believes that online safety should not be a timetable subject in the 21st century. Before I proceed, I stand here to say no one here believes online safety is not important. No. But what we are saying is it is not supposed to be a timetable subject, and that is why we vehemently disagree with this motion. What are my points? 1, the time constraints. Number 2, the academic overload involved. And number 3, the infrastructure and personnel under development. So my first point, time constraints. Online safety, like my chief speaker said, is so vast. New websites and software are being developed every day, and hackers, scammers, and phishers are looking for ways to steal your information and scam you every day. Trying to fit a subject as vast as this in a school timetable is like trying to fit a bowling ball in a tube sock. It cannot work without tearing the sock. I mean, teachers always complain that they have little time to complete their lengthy scheme. Why take out of that little time for something that's not their primary focus? And let's be real, no school is going to set an exam on online safety. WAEC, JAM, NECO are not going to set exams on online safety. Cambridge and College Board are not going to set exams on online safety. And even if by some absurd miracle they do, what serious university is going to look at the students with A's, with C's and D's in chemistry, biology, and literature, but an A1 in online safety and take them seriously? We know the answer to this question. And I will say again, it is simply too much to be done in little time. We end up pouring knowledge on students and they do not have the understanding. The whole aim of creating a timetable is to maximize efficiency by allocating time. How do you maximize efficiency without adequate time? To my second point, academic overload. A 2016 study by Lewis and Clark's College shows that only 25% of a total 400,000 students were willing to take as little as a 10% increase at their current school level. Another stat by the U.S. Association of Teachers and Learners shows that 73% of teachers who received an additional workload at their current level without an increase in pay or a promotion were likely to quit their jobs within 5 years. And let's be real, where are we going to get the additional increase in pay? We're in an economically unstable country. Teachers complain that they're overwhelmed. Students complain they're overwhelmed. So why stress them more by adding a subject they can learn in their leisure time? A subject they can learn when it's convenient for them and not necessarily in school. And adding a subject like online safety may be counterproductive as it builds resentment. Imagine me, after a long day of biology, physics, chemistry, you tell me I have a subject called online safety. You can bet I will distract myself. You can bet I will not listen to the teacher. You can bet I will waste the whole period. So why add a subject like that? It defeats the whole purpose. And to my last but definitely not least point, the infrastructure and personnel under development. The Federal Ministry of Education states that only 19% of all public secondary schools have adequate access to computer facilities. It also states that out of 340,000 schools, only 30% have adequate access to electricity and standard facilities. The United Nations Children and Mastery Fund states that only 19.74% of the 74,280 primary schools nationwide can attempt to run, not successfully run, but attempt to run a computer-based subject. And 65% of the remainder do not have computers at all. How do you want to run a computer-based subject without computers? What are you keeping them safe from if they are not even online? How do you want to run an internet safety practice subject in a country where the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics says that 71% do not have meaningful internet connectivity? And regardless of the equipment, who is going to teach them? Do we have enough trained professionals? Isn't it in this same country where in 2019, trained, quote-unquote, trained Nigerian teachers were failing primary 4 exams. Yes, primary 4 exams. And the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics declined. The Nigerian Bureau of Statistics also says that only 60% of 60% of all Nigerian teachers are completely computer illiterate. Can the blind lead the blind? No.
POI.
Accepted.
You said that a majority of Nigerian citizens do not have access to computers and therefore cannot learn online safety. But in countries such as Pakistan, countries that are significantly not as economically developed, I won't say economically developed, but are not as blessed as we are, have already inculcated online safety into their curriculums and they are doing just fine. So how will you respond to that?
Please do not misquote me. I never said most Nigerians do not have access to internet. I simply said most Nigerians do not have meaningful internet connectivity. Connectivity is not determined by the number of people connected. It's determined by the strength of the internet and the length of time they are connected to a strong network. Please. So I cannot speak for Pakistan, but I can speak for Nigeria, and I say this is not what we should do. I simply submit that due to the time constraints, the academic overload involved, and the infrastructural and personnel underdevelopment, that we are not ready. The knowledge has been, like you clearly said, computer studies works hand in hand in online safety. So why undertake a large-scale operation like making it a timetable subject on its own? I rest my case.
And that concludes our last main speech for this particular debate, made by Chukudera, reminding us of the time constraints, not enough curriculum time, and asking you the rhetorical question, would you rather have A's in physics, chemistry, biology, or in online safety? That takes us to our floor debate. I'll allow one or two people who haven't spoken at all. I don't think you've spoken. Come forward in the blue shirt. Yes, let's just do one and get on with it. So you have like 30 seconds, half a minute.
Okay, so my point is, the sad truth about Nigeria's curriculum is that majority of the subjects that we do, we are not able to apply them in real life. Look at biology. How many of us can actually, what are we going to do with auxins and hormones, and what do we want to do with that? The majority of our physics topics, how do we make, if you ask us, or until we are told, we won't know that this is the application in real life. So how do you now want to do a subject like online safety if you are not going to be able to apply it in real life? The point of it is that online safety, you'll be taught only at the surface level. You will not be taught the nitty-gritty of the subject.
2 points. Leave it up. Thank you very much.
Parents are responsible for everything a child does. So it cannot be added to schools. We cannot be added to school timetable because your parents are the ones that brought you the phone. So they are the one that takes care of you. And
Thank you very much. Yes. Whoever bought you it should teach you it. There you go. Clap for you. Yeah, well done. So, to round off this debate, we're going to invite the summary speaker for the opposition to close out their debate in 3 minutes, please.
Good day, all protocol duly observed. I still stay fixed on the motion that online safety should not be a timetable subject. To begin with, it's very important to know that, yes, the school can definitely teach online education by providing programs. Remember that my argument is that it can be taught, but not as a part of the school timetable. Remember when I said that earlier? It should be made a separate program on a separate day. The school can do this, and other external bodies can also do this. The proposition said that there was a need for reinforcement of this teaching. Does this have to be done by jam-packing the student syllabus, by jam-packing their timetables and making them confused? Is that not counterproductive? Can't other bodies do this too? Does it have to be the school? Can't parents also do this? Does it have to be the school? The proposition said that information will still stick even if children choose not to listen in the class. How does that work? How does information that you never even got stick in your brain? You don't. And then the proposition also said that if you don't know what to do on Instagram or you don't know what to do when you're hacked, then the school is at fault. How and why? Parents are also on Instagram. You can learn from your parents' mistakes. Do you have to make the same mistakes that they made? Aren't your parents your first teachers? And then the proposition also mentioned that people whose parents aren't at home, their children have access to use various apps that they're not licensed to. I'm going to give you an example of my father. My father put me on a family plan, so I couldn't download anything, watch anything that he didn't approve. Before I could use an app, a message would be sent to him before I could use it. And he did this till I was 16. So it is very possible for parents to monitor their children's activities while they are away. And they also talked about boarding school students. Before you go to boarding school, don't you have interactions with your parents? Don't your parents give you values and morals that stick with you? Don't they give you good home training? Isn't that the point of having parents? Also, they talked about Pakistan. And they said that Pakistan inculcated online safety into their education program. That is it. They inculcated it into their program. They did not make it a subject entirely. And we also have it inculcated. We have computer ethics in our ICT and data processing programs. They don't need to make it a whole new subject for it to stick if the parents have done what they're supposed to do. So with this, I stay fixed on the arguments of this house. Oh yes, and one more thing. My school also practices a similar program. We come in every Saturday to learn, and at the end of the term, everybody produces a project based on what they've learned on online safety and other computer skills. And we can actually produce projects because we've learned it when our minds were at ease, when our brains were rested, not while I was trying to cram physics, further math, chemistry, and biology as a science student. I learned it on Saturday when my brain was relaxed. With this, I stay fixed on the motion of this house. Online safety most definitely should not be a timetable subject, especially in this 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tumisi. Urging parents to remotely monitor what their children are doing online. So, final speaker for this motion, debate 5. Let's come to the proposition and give you 3 minutes to summarize.
I want to begin by saying my name remains Harriet Ariel, and I am going to be the summary speaker for the proposition, which I firmly believe that online safety should be a timetable subject in the 21st century. First of all, the opposition mentioned that in their school they have a program which they have on Saturdays when their minds are relaxed or at rest. But I will say this only once. Not every school is the same. Not every school gives you the freedom to even have a Saturday. I am not saying that there is no time that you are not relaxed, but I am saying that for people who are writing mocks, for people who may be having classes, Saturday doesn't necessarily mean that you are relaxed. Online safety is not a want, it is a necessity. And it is because the world is going digital that it needs to be a necessity, just because we do not want our children to be prey to any form of malicious activity online. I will give an example. I have a younger sister. My younger sister is on family control. My younger sister doesn't have TikTok or Instagram or any social media platform for that matter. But there are children's apps that are supposed to be safe, apps that are supposedly safe for children, that still possess viruses, malware, things that would damage your system. My sister's iPad spoiled several times because there were several forms of viruses which attacked it. And she didn't know what to do. Because it is not something that your mother can just teach you. Our parents did not grow up in a digital age, yes or yes. Our parents grew up when there was no existence of computers. My father didn't grow up when the internet was, my father grew up when the internet was not available. It was when he was in university that they first started bringing internet to Nigeria. So what are we saying? Our parents are not as experienced as we are. We are the ones on TikTok. We are the ones on Instagram. We are the ones on YouTube. My father doesn't have a TikTok account. My mother doesn't have a TikTok account. So how can he be teaching me how to do things on TikTok when he doesn't even have it? Also, how can we constrain online learning? Okay. Also, we need to emphasize on the fact that the opposition said that there is not enough time in the school timetable for online safety to be inculcated. But let me just say this. In my school, we do 15 subjects a good 15 subjects and I'm a science student. So you can imagine what I'm trying to do every day. Chemistry assignments, physics assignments. But that doesn't mean that I still don't have time to go outside of the classroom and learn something that will make me more cerebral. Something that will help me in life. Something that will actually aid me when I leave school. Because honestly, doing things like literature, doing things like economics, doing things like, okay, subjects that you're not even going to, that don't affect your future career in any way. Those subjects, isn't it just wasting your time? Because honestly, online safety is something that you will need. Whether you want to be a doctor, whether you want to be an engineer, whether you want to be a lawyer, there is no way that you will not use the internet. And I am also speaking as a student that does robotics. You cannot say there is any safe place on the internet because there are hackers and malware in every nook and cranny. So we need to emphasize on the fact that online safety needs to be a subject, because when it is reinforced and reinstated in your brain, you will realize that, okay, if a teacher keeps coming to you and saying 2 plus 2 is 5, 2 plus 2 is 5, 2 plus 2 is 5, at some point you will start doubting that, okay, is 2 plus 2 actually 4, is it 5? So when these things are reinstated to you, when these things are reinforced to you, there is no way you will not remember. So that is why it needs to be a timetable subject, because when it is repeated every single week, you'll be able to know. Thank you.
As we said, a very, very hot debate. Thank you very much, Harriet, reminding us that some of us parents, do not know enough to be able to monitor. We stand reminded. Thank you, both schools, for a very enjoyable debate. Thank you, Dansel High School. Thank you, Vivian Fowler. You can return to your chairs. God bless you richly. Very technical debate, very hot debates, thoroughly enjoyable. Our last debate of this round, and we hope it will not be the least, we hope it will even be hotter still. Motion 6 states this House that only the federal or state government should be permitted to run a lottery. For the proposition, we have Lagos State Senior Model School, represented by Hupe Kistiwedu, and Speaker 2, Kende Asaka. Here we go. So here's Hupe and Kende. Yes, keep clapping for them. They're coming to their spots. Representing Lagos State Senior Model School. And their opposition will be Childville, the Childville. And we have Oladotun Ayileka. As well as Moronfolua Akinrodoye. Testing my Yoruba there. Kind of like surfing a bit. This is the Childville, Okudu. Yes, off the third mainland. We have our debaters. We have our motion. Only the federal or state government should be permitted to run a lottery. Our judges are ready. Yes, they are. And to open the case for the proposition, we invite Lagos State Senior Model School, represented by Hupe. Let's clap for her, please, as she comes forward.
A research carried out by Gerard Willman of the Department of Economics, Stanford University, USA, in August 1999, on the topic, the history of lotteries, traced lotteries to the classical period of Chinese game of chance between 205 and 187 BC, to the period of the Roman Empire, when during dinner parties, each guest received a ticket attached with prizes consisting of fancy items such as dinnerware, with even ticket holders assured of winning something. Meanwhile, the first recorded official lottery was chartered by Queen Elizabeth I in 1566 and drawn in 1569 to raise money to repair the havens, rebuild ports, procure new ships for royal fleet, among others. Good afternoon, the moderator, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, and attentive audience. My name is Upektu Sedo Josephine. My partner and I will strongly support the proposition. This House says only the federal or state governments should be permitted to run a lottery.
The Encyclopedia Britannica, Micropedia Volume 7, defines lottery as the procedure of distributing something among a group of people by lot or chance, while the Wikipedia has it as a form of gambling that involves the drawing of numbers at random for a prize. Its forms are raffles, Euro Million, sports betting such as Lotto Game, Bet Niger, and the popular Baba Ijebu Lotto. To start with, this house says only the federal or state government should be permitted to run a lottery in order to allow the state generate more money to supplement funds for the execution of national projects. For example, Gerald Woman opines that in 1755, France established a lottery called École Militaire to finance the construction of a military school in the nation. In Nigeria, this can be replicated in order to build and fund more schools and ensure inclusive and equitable quality education to promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, in line with the goal number 4 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. Again, panel of judges, you will agree with me that if private individuals, as my friends in argument would like to propose, are allowed to run a lottery ticket, there is high rate of getting minors involved, since profit motive is the guiding principle in the private sector. The tendency to overlook who is bringing the money cannot be overruled. But when only the federal or state government is allowed to do so, stringent operational regulations are made to exclude minors from participating in it. Therefore, avoiding the aftermath risk of disillusionment and battered hope on the part of the minors. In addition, federal or state government should monopolize lottery to avoid scam. This house will agree with me that the chances of dubious people taking advantage of lottery run by private individuals to defraud unsuspecting people of their hard-earned money are higher than in those ones run by the government. This is because when lottery operators are many, lottery players become confused as to which one is legit. Finally, nationalizing lottery will protect workers' interests, since under private companies, managers are agents loyal to a host of owners. Therefore, they need to protect their owners' interests in order to keep their own position. This is not so when lottery is monopolized, since the public servants enjoy job security. And because of private business owners' loyalty to their owners, the credibility of lottery can be compromised or the results influenced by the owners. As I step aside for my co-debaters considering the arguments, the truth is bitter, but must be told. And the truth in this argument is that only the federal or state government should be permitted to run a lottery. Thank you for your time. I'll turn that back.
Let's clap, please. Thank you very much, Hukwe, giving us a history of the lottery and saying if the government runs it, they will have rules to exclude minors and to eschew scams. So, we move over to the opposition benches represented by the Childville, and we call on Oladotun Aileka to make the case for why it should be so.
Whether it be land, property, or even a pay of income, it's a lottery at the end of the day. A lottery is simply defined as a game whereby a piece of information or a piece of reward is given to you for entering the draft. In this sense, now, as a government it may be, what's the most likely means of income or reward that the government may offer? It's cash. But now in this economy, you see that our cash in its own self is declining, whereby it doesn't have the stability to bring value to us any longer. For example, now, if it was something worth like the USD or the UK pounds, surely people would be more inclined. But the government itself running it and offering only Naira doesn't really attract people. Aside from this, now, the government alone planning and operating these sort of lotteries only has it distracting itself from its main authorities or its main means of production, whereby a government stands not only to serve the people, but to improve the economy. Now, by facing other meaningless things like lotteries in this sense, whereby you're paying sums of money from your own government, from your own
Points
budget.
of information.
Accepted? From your own annual budget, are we really prioritizing the falling economy, the lack of educational systems, the lack in medical care for lotteries, whereby individuals may use and spend as they please? Another reason for this is, with the government its own self, the government causes a sense of dependency on lotteries, whereby people are dependent on lotteries because now, as a government, it's only one unit running it. The lottery itself has to be keeping it coming and coming and coming and coming, whereby people expect it to come every time. With this now, people think that lottery is always going to be there, whereby they win the lottery, they sit at home, they spend their money lavishly, and they wait for a research on like that. With this now, the government in its own self causes their own economy to crash, whereby people are just willing to buy and buy and buy as long as they have their own money, which in this sense causes a demand pull sort of inflation.
Points of information. How does people playing lottery put the government to danger?
Oh well, like you said now, a lottery is a game of chance. And like I've also said, it's a game of chance whereby some sort of reward is given. Now, one of these rewards is income. And I'm aware, or I assume you know the meaning of a demand pull inflation. Whereby, as you progressively buy and buy and buy in the economy, your retailers or your sellers are inclined to increase the price. Now, with the offering of income being provided to these people, hereby they're able to spend as they wish lavishly, and then they produce and they continue to sell. Another factor of this is government in its own self, when it runs a lottery, how many people really know about it? How many people hear about it? Now, this causes them to shift to private individuals, whereby they go to advertising and marketing firms, and they hope to have their lotteries promoted. With this now, it proves that the self-efficiency of the government in promotion of its own organization or events is not quite adequate. Now, with this one, the public sectors in its own sense are there to help support them. Another reason for this is, with the management of public sectors and addition of the government, the economy or the lotteries in its own system isn't able to crash, whereby if one unit is left to depend on gradually build up the lottery system in its own right, it may come to a crashing tumble. But with the support of the private sectors, government is able to rely on private individuals, whereby if they come crashing down, the private sector is always there to help them up. Well, another thing here is, as we go on in this age, money becomes more valuable if our economy grows. But with the lottery in its own self and the government in its own way of running, we don't have, or we may not have the funds to run this, whereby money in its own self doesn't become appealing to people. With this, private individuals create other means of attraction. We could have insurance benefits, which are given to us by insurance companies in the form of lottery. Or we could have additional funds or pieces of land, whereby land is too precious for the government in its own self to give away. But private individuals, just the fact that they have it and they're able to purchase it, they're able to go through it and buy and sell it to the people at the same to every cost. Another thing is, private individuals sort of give a sense of leadership or a pathway for you to spend your own income, whereby the government just lavishly gives it to you with no intention of what you should do properly or what you should do to acquire these things. Now, with this in mind, when the government in its own self provides goods for you, are you really inclined to think about it critically of what should I spend this with? What should I put this in? No, you're not. But with private individuals as supporting, or private individuals in collective agreement to this, private individuals set up a framework whereby you'll have multiple and many connections, whereby you're able to meet other people and you're able to efficiently spend your funds and redirect them to make more value. This not only improves the economy of the government, but also seems more attracting to other people for the lottery in its own right. Now, I apologize for my misinterpretation of my forgetfulness, but please, I'm very sorry as I say good afternoon to my esteemed panel of judges, my accurate timekeeper, my also ever lovely audience, and my fellow parliamentarians. Now, as I leave you, I'd like to leave you with this.
Thank you very much, Oladotun. Hanging his case on for government to run the lottery, it would be a mere distraction. So now we come to the second speaker for the proposition. We call on Kende Asaka. Let's clap. Let's clap, please. Don't get tired of clapping. That's our job.
All protocols duly observed. I am Ashika Kende, standing before you to corroborate my first speaker's argument, which states that only the federal or state government should be permitted to run a lottery. To start with, this house says that leveraging on lotteries is a sure, easy, and indirect way of tax collection. Panel of judges, you would agree with me that tax evasion in Nigeria is high. This scenario played out in Lagos State last term, where parents were to present their tax clearance as evidence of tax payments as part of their conditions for their children admissions to secondary schools across the state. Many of them couldn't do so. Surprisingly, some of these parents spend more on lotteries without being forced or policed. This is why only the federal or state government should venture into it rather than leave it for private individuals whose aim is to get profit first before giving non-commensurable portion of the tax to the government. Little wonder, Kent Groth and Victor Matheson of the College of the Holy Cross, Department of Economics, Worcester, Massachusetts, stated in a research carried out in August 2011 on the topic The Economy of Lotteries, a survey of the literature, that lotteries represent an important source of government revenue in many states and countries. Furthermore, monopolizing lotteries in the hand of the government would reduce the tendency of some private individuals driven by greed and deliberate attempts to exploit consumers in a bid to make outrageous profits, often played out anytime petroleum marketers go on strike, as independent petroleum marketers inflate the pump price of petroleum products astronomically to the detriment of consumers. In addition, the government can use funds generated from lottery to fund national budget deficits rather than depend on borrowing. This is not so with private individuals whose primary aim is to maximize profits for private gains. This happened in France between 1776 and 1836, as cited by Gerard Woman. When the budgetary needs of France were the greatest, the country embarked on an aggressive revenue generation through the establishment of the French National Lottery in 1776 to fund national budget until in 1836 when the budget eventually stabilized. This move saved the nation from borrowing and further worsening of the already volatile situation. Nigeria can also adopt this system to reduce borrowing. In addition, only the federal or state government can comfortably make up for losses in the event of losses. As we all know, lottery business involves high risks, especially if the return is not sufficient to pay out. In the case of any eventualities, private companies and individuals may not be able to do so, since their aim is to get profit at all costs. In conclusion, panel of judges and attentive audience, if lotteries has been used by the government of various countries over the centuries to salvage economic challenges, to fund national budgets or budgetary deficits and critical national developmental projects, to provide stable employment for the jobless, among others, come on, we do not need a soothsayer to tell us that only the federal or state government should be permitted to run a lottery. Thank you.
Yes, let's clap. Don't get tired of clapping. We've got to just do it. We're getting there. Thank you very much, Dane, reminding us that government running the lottery is really a form of tax, and especially in a tax-shy country, it could really work. So, we call on our final speaker for all of our debates as the final main speech. We call on Moronfolua Akintola. Please keep clapping. That was just the front row.
Good day to my highly esteemed panel of judges, my co-debaters, my ever-attentive audience, and the accurate timekeeper. I am Akintola Akintola of the Childville School, and I'm here standing on existing protocols to oppose the motion that states should only the federal and state governments run the lottery. Before I begin my argument, the second speaker of the other team says that when the private individuals or private companies run the lottery, we're more vulnerable to corruption and to nepotism. We all know that not all governments are clean. Let's not lie to ourselves. Governments are corrupt. So what is to say that the government will not also increase fraud and corruption through lotteries? Let me paint this scenario for you. A father of 5 who's struggling to provide for his family. It's 7 p.m. in the night and he's in front of his television waiting. He's waiting to hear something that can change his life and completely turn it around. 2, the presenter and the announcer on the TV show says. He inches forward in anticipation. 5, his ears perk up. 8, he stands in excitement. He's waiting. Just one more number, and his life can completely change. 4, he sits, he looks at the tickets in his hand. 2, 5, 8, 3, not 4. just one more number, and his life would never have been the same again. He tells himself, that's okay. Because if I was this close today, tomorrow I'll be better. And so he goes and buys more tickets. And then he buys more tickets and buys more tickets. And as he keeps buying tickets, his purchasing power reduces. Now, it's not just the tickets he can't afford. He can't afford to pay rent. He can't afford to pay his children's school fees. He cannot afford the basic things of life. What's going to happen to him? What's going to happen to his children? As my first speaker stated, and as the opposing team stated, the lottery is a game of chance. You either win or you lose. The lottery frequently targets low-income earners and people with gambling issues who spend a disproportionate amount of their income on lottery tickets. They use the allure of a large amount of prize money to attract these people, widening the gap between the rich and the poor. Over 20 million Nigerians participate in the lottery. Over 20 million Nigerians participate in the lottery. This targeting of low-income earners increases the inequality, financial hardship, and also the government's failure to achieve the two important aims: poverty alleviation and redistribution of income. By asking the government to take sole responsibility of running the lottery, we're asking them to redirect funds from other important sectors and invest it into running the lottery. These funds aren't even enough. How is the government going to make the lotteries attractive to customers? So in an attempt to increase sales of tickets, the government tries to increase the price money. When they increase price money, they decrease the percentage available of state revenue, which was the ostensible reason for the lottery in the first place. Why not just ask private individuals, private companies to run the lottery? Because they have more money, more time to invest into the lottery. They have access to high-quality advertisement strategies and promotion deals. When private individuals run the lottery rather, there are more interesting games, and they're attracting a larger customer
Point
base.
of information. You said earlier on that over 20 million people participate in playing lottery.
Yes.
Was I not trying to tell this house that if lottery is operated by private individuals, that the number of people playing lottery will reduce?
That's not what I said. I did not say that they would reduce. I said over 20 million Nigerians participate in the lottery, and the majority of them are low-income earners. When the government keeps running the lottery, they're consistently targeting low-income earners. They're increasing the gap between the rich and the poor. The revenue gotten from the lottery is already low as it is. Most of the time, when the government gets this revenue back, they do not invest it into the critical sectors, and so there's underfunding in all the infrastructural developments. Besides that, the lottery doesn't always increase the standard of living. So that person that has never been exposed to such amounts of money, they experience immediate gratification. They get the money and they see something, they must buy it. That new Mercedes car, they have to have it. The new house, they have it. The new video game that just came out, they must buy it for their kids. How does this money impact their life positively? In conclusion, using the lottery as a source of revenue, whenever we hit a snag in our economic growth, causes dependency. I don't agree with the fact that the lottery revenue has been beneficial to the national economy, because it has. It really has. It has funded the educational sector, the healthcare sector, the infrastructural development. But I'm saying that there hasn't been any direct impact on the economic growth from the lottery. So why should we want the government to be the sole investors in a game of chance? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Concluding with why should the government be involved in a game of chance? And at the start, they were both talking about, is it private companies or the governments who have a monopoly on corruption? We will leave that question unanswered. So now we have the floor debates. I have one hand up already. I'm not too sure. Okay, come forward, come and speak. And yes, at the back, come and speak. So we have two speakers, 20 seconds each. Let's bring it home.
How many of us pay tax? Many people does not pay tax, but we spend thousands of money on lottery. The government only should be permitted to set up a national lottery to supplement its income, to make the nation at large more convenient, and to be able to generate more revenue for development. So I don't have any reason why people should pay tax, but only the government should be allowed to run a lottery. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Courtesy duly extended. I strongly believe only federal or state governments should be permitted to run a lottery, because leveraging on it provides jobs for able-bodied Nigerian youth. As we all know, Joblessness is one of the major causes of insecurity in the country. And since an idle hand is the devil's workshop, if these youths are gainfully employed, their mind will be off criminality, thereby giving room for peaceful coexistence and national development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's keep clapping. Tell the person next to you, thank you very much. Tell the person next to you, we are nearly there. No, you're not saying it. You're not saying it like you. We are nearly there. Look, we've gone through 6 debates. We're just about to have our final summary speeches. We've gone through 6 debates. This is where I like my job. My job is the easy job. The judges, how they're going to split such good speaking, I'm not too sure. But let's move on. Let's call on the opposition to round up this debate. You have 3 minutes.
The other house said that when the government runs the lottery, the revenue that they get from it is used and put into other sectors in the economy. But the lottery should not be seen as an effective way to reduce poverty. The government should rather focus on looking for the social and the social and economic causes of the poverty and find ways to eradicate it instead of focusing on the lottery. They should leave the lottery to the private companies and the private firms to focus on. The lotteries are proven to be a shimmer of light to those that are in the dark. The lottery is a chance to make your life better. The lottery is a chance for that father that has been trying to pay for his daughter's school fees. It's a chance for him to improve his standard of living. We should let the private companies and firms run the lottery because there is a higher return tax. There is a higher return rate on the prize money. I hope I've been able to convince you and not to confuse you that the government should not be the only one permitted to run the lottery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rounding up the speech, the case for the opposition. And to conclude the debate, we call the proposition, the government side, to come and close out the debate and this round. Thank you very much.
Back as promised. My opponent said earlier that if government is allowed to run lottery, people keep on playing and playing and playing lottery, thereby losing money to the government. But first and foremost, you are not forced to play lottery. The decision to play lottery is of your own free will. And again, they said that government targets low-income earners when they operate lottery. I'm not trying to say that if private individuals should run lottery, that they are targeting high-income earners. No. Whether or not lottery is operated by private individuals or government, it doesn't justify the fact that either low-income earners or high-income earners are the one playing the lottery. My opponents also said that if government is permitted to run lottery, that it can crash down. But I disagree with that. That the tendency of a lottery operator to crash down is more on the part whereby private individuals are the one allowed to run it. Because governments can still generate money from other places to run lottery. But as a private individual, you have to employ people to work for you. You will not be the one staying in office all the time saying you are running a lottery. You employ people. And as you are employing people, you have to pay them their salary. So you'll be the one in high chances of crashing down and not the government. My opponents also said that private individuals can utilize lottery money well. But I disagree with that. Because if lottery is run by private individuals, the money is going straight into their account. But when government is allowed to run lottery, the lottery can be used to supplement funds for execution of national projects, just as done in France. And apart from that, it's interesting to know that lottery is one of the major sectors in the United Kingdom where money and revenue is generated from. We also have countries like France and England that have been using lottery for ages to generate revenue. My friend in argument also said that lottery serves as a distraction to government. But I disagree with that. Because when lottery is being run by government, they are not the ones sitting down there and operating it. They employ people to work for them. So there is no way they can get distracted by lottery because they aren't there they are not there physically to run it. And again, if lottery is run by government, it will even provide more employment as the government will be able to employ more people to work for them than when it is being run by private individuals. My friend in argument also said that lottery increased corruption. But I disagree with that because, thank you.
Thank you very much, Hukwe. Going through a point-by-point rebuttal there and letting us know that whether it's low income or middle income or high income, it still does not change the absolute value of what's being spent. That, ladies and gentlemen, concludes all 6 debates for this round. A big hand for these debaters. From Lagos State Senior Model and from the Childville, you can now return to your seats. You'll be happy to know, I am happy to know, that we now have a little recess. So in about 15 minutes, the Chief Judge will come and report to us. They will tell us the scores for all 12 schools and for the 4 schools going on to the final round. That's in about 15 to 20 minutes time from now. And subsequent to us determining the 4 highest schools, we will have a draw, quick and ready, sharp and short. We'll have a draw, and following that you will have, that's for the 4 schools who need to prepare for the final debate, you will have 40 minutes flat to prepare and come and deliver. And whilst the first set of schools will be speaking, the other schools will have to be somewhere where they can't quite hear us so that they can't come and nick our points. Mr. Ademola wants to speak.
A round of applause for yourself. No, clap like you think you will win. I got you. Actually, the clap was actually for me. I just wanted you to clap for me. Thank you for clapping for me. Well done. Let me be honest with you. The adults were at the back and were discussing. Look how these young people are spitting grammar and data. And when you say something, I quickly check. Before I finish checking that one, then you have said something again and I'm checking. Before you are checking us, let me be honest with you, I didn't get any. But now, my own debate, you remember I told you I was going to debate? Correct. Yes. Child abuse or adult abuse? Adult abuse. You're right. Adult abuse is more than child abuse. Because that's what I tell my children. They say, but daddy, you don't harass children because that's child abuse. I say, there's adult abuse too. My son said there's no adult abuse. I say, when I tell you something and you don't do it, it's adult abuse. Correct. Because you make me shout. And my throat is paining me. And you're abusing me. He said, but I didn't say anything. Oh, you didn't do it. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. Thank you. I just want to find out if you've gotten your food pack. If you've gotten your food pack, has everybody gotten? If you have not gotten, just let me signify by showing your hand and they will bring it straight to you. Let's start eating. Item 7. All right? Take time, relax. The next round is not tough at all. It's just two lines. You say 2 things and you've gotten the whole mark. Yeah? So just relax, take your meal, and we'll come back to you. Yeah? Thank you very much. Okay, in addition to some of the things that has happened today, you remember at the beginning I told you, this is a Nigerian-Britain Association initiative. And we're doing this in honor of Pa Akintola Williams. That's why it's named after him. Yeah? And this is not the first time we're doing it. But there's some organization that has supported us for this. Yeah? The Deloitte has supported us. SCIB has supported us. NEM. All their various supporters. And they have sponsored this program. So I'm going to call SCIB if they're here to just come and say and tell you what they do. Maybe it will be a sector you work in future. Maybe it will be one of the business you will set up to when you leave school. Because I can see entrepreneurs here already. I can see some people who build bigger than Dangote here already. I've seen them. I've seen the faces. Oh, you are here, good. He's claiming it. All right? Okay. Just give a minute. While you eat your food, Skip will come and talk to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As speaking from SCIB, as an organization, each year we are most thrilled to be able to come on board on this youth debate every time. For many reasons, our core in our organization is youth development, trainings, and education. And every year, this youth debate, Akintola youth debate, gives us exactly what we'll call value for our money, and see it as a form of investing in the younger generation. And for this, in addition to our sponsorship, to our partnership, it gives me great delight to be able to inform everyone that, sorry, are you with me, please? Or are you all still very agitated with what's happening with the judges? Sorry. Don't worry about that. So like I said, it gives me great pleasure to be able to announce to you all that our management has approved that we would be supporting these debates with 25 Star Times packages. Star Times. Oh, pardon me. No, not Star Times. I'm so sorry. Go TV. Yes, Go TV. Yes, and of course, we are most thrilled to recognize. I realized that recognize our esteemed president of our great organization, Abimbola Okoya, who of course has always been very passionate about the Akintola youth debate as well. So from SCIB, we say congratulations to everyone, and see you next year, hopefully.
afternoon, all. We have the results ready. Sorry, can I put off the music, please? So we have the results, but before we read the results out, we will try to quickly share a few of our observations. And last year I was here as a judge. Yes, I was here as a judge, and there are a few things that I would just note and just mention quickly. One, I noticed a few of the points that I must give it to all the students. They really did quite some research, and they brought out a lot of information at this debate. There were a lot of information. I also noticed that, yes, the students really listened to one another, because it was amazing how in the short time they were speaking, you could take note of, oh, you said this, and you said you didn't say this. And that's it shows that, yes, some of the students listen in classes. If they could have this short time, they could listen to one another, then obviously they're listening to one another, they're listening in school. I must commend Danso and Vivian Fowler, not for anything, sorry, hold on, not for anything particular, but out of all the schools, I noticed teamwork amongst Dancel. I noticed teamwork in Vivian Fowler. Vivian Fowler's student was actually pushing her co-dependents or her co-teammate when she was going up to stage. It is very important to work as a team. And also, Avicina also did that as well. Okay, I'll leave it at that, and then I'll let the other judges to give their opinions.
Hello? 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 Yes. Once again, I actually appreciate all the contestants, because it shows they've done good research, and they are not taking it for granted that what is it all about. They've gone beyond the borders of Nigeria to find out what is happening in other African countries, to find out the parties, and even find out information about financial issues. What is inflation? What is this? And please don't just have this knowledge for today. Please keep it with you, because it makes you informed. And you know, information is what builds a person. So please, these informations, even what you've heard from other contestants, keep it with you and don't just trivialize the information. They are very key and they are important. And I say a big congratulations to all the contestants. Whether your school is moving on or is not moving on, you've done pretty good today, and I give it to you. Thank you all.
Well done, everyone. Just like my fellow judges have said, we have experienced very, very deep research work, and that is extremely impressive. Not surprising, but impressive. I would, however, certain choice of words, you want to be guarded, as not to use, your responses or your, choice of words that could come off as rude, or condescending to the next person. Please, we're not saying in any way that you should, not express yourself fully, but you want to be able to pay attention to these things. Of course, we saw a lot of confidence in everybody, in all the speakers, and that was also very remarkable. We saw the very, good use of body language, hand gestures, which is also quite impressive. And you were also able to make use of your floor. So we saw a lot of you move from one end to the other end, and have eye contacts and ask questions. So those are also very remarkable things.
Of course, another thing that I want you all to be able to pay attention to, which was something that we all observed, is the integrity of your argument. We want to be able to pay attention to what we say, and if it is then questioned by the other party, you are able to own it and not deny what you said, but be able to speak to it, either in an attempt to explain, or rebuff, but you cannot take back what you have said, because it calls to the question and the integrity of your argument, and we want to be able to watch that is going forward. But in general, we are so proud of the arguments today. We are so proud of the quality of the of your research work, of your confidence. I like that every single speaker that came out to speak did that confidently. So congratulations to you all. We will now go to, of course, as you know, in any competition, we're always going to have winners. So the winners, how we are arriving at the winners this time around is to ensure that we're going to pick winners from each section. And I would have my coach, George, Fumio Rokale, to announce the winners that are going to the next round. Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to mention this. It's very important that, yes, we create these debates, but it's also important to make friends out of all this. It is a competition, but at the end of the day, you are all future leaders of today, tomorrow. So it's important to make a friend before you leave here. Whether you win or you move forward or not, please make one friend. Make one friend, because tomorrow you'll meet that person somewhere and you said, yes, I met you at this debate. So please make a friend before you leave here. Thank you.
MBA is for friendship. MBA stands for Friendship for Common Goal. Thank you, Mr. AK. Okay.
So sorry. I also wanted to say, please, regardless of what the outcome is, we encourage every single school to still remain to the end of the competition. You are all please encouraged to remain to the end of the competition. Okay, we're gonna go. Okay, for me.
Thank you very much. So the first round of debates was between Ogumodede Senior College and Ikeja High School. Ogumodede Senior College came out with a total score of 70. And Ikeja Senior High School came up with a total. The total point.
Oh, so okay, you got minutes to clarify that.
What's in the rule? The school with the 4 highest scores, that's what.
That's nice. Wait, hold on.
Go on.
Yes. Okay. From the first round, we have Ogumodede Senior Secondary School with 70, a total score of 70. Ikeja High School with a total score of 84. Abexena with a total score of 76. King Ados Senior High School with a total score of 60. Okeodo Senior High School with a total of 90. Supreme Education with a total of 71. Alimosho Senior School with a total of 81. Corona with a total of 61. Vivian Fowler with a total of 87. Dancehall High with a total of 80. Lagos State Model College with a total of 79. And Childville with a total of 69. So with the rules in the debate, we are bringing out the top 4. So Alimosho is with 81, rounding 4th. Being number 4, Ikeja 84, Vivian Fowler 87, Okeodo 90. So we have the 4 schools with the highest score. Okeodo, Vivian Fowler, Ikeja Senior, and Alimosho. So let's give everyone a round of applause.
Well done to all of you. These are good scores. These are high scores. Can we have a representative from Ikeja Senior High, a representative from Okeodo, from Alimosho, and from Vivian Fowler, please? A representative, please, from one person from each school. We're about to do the draw for the next round. Let's go. Just give me 1 minute. No, you can come closer. Just come behind the table. I'm just trying to get a minute. This is 61, okay. So this is for the moment. Okay. So what I want you to just come around there. Check that the name of your school is there somewhere. These are 4 winning schools there. Just check that your school is there. Your school's there? Your school there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull one person to make the draw. What we're doing is we're both drawing for what side of the debate you're on, whether you be opposition or proposition, and we're also going to be, so the first person they draw, go there. Yes? So I'm going to
Sound check, two.
Hello, let's come together now. Let's come together. Hello, come on in, come on in, come on in, take your seat. We don't have too long to go. I hope you've all refueled your cars, like your tummy. Have you taken some things in? Are you ready? We're not going to take too much of your time this time. Hello. Come over, come over, come over.
Hello? Wow. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah.
Hello, we can hear you. Go ahead, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me as I stand on all existing protocols. Apologies, I'm not physically there with you in Lagos, Nigeria, because we're actually having an event, an MBA event simultaneously in the UK as well. But we have been following the program online, and it's been absolutely fantastic. I'd like to start by recognizing everyone. First, our patron, Pa Akintola Williams. I'd like to thank him and his lovely daughter, Ms. Tokumbo Williams, for hosting this year's youth debate. The youth debate is the flagship event of the Nigeria-Britian Association, and usually it's held so that we can promote and foster friendships between both countries, but then also so that we can help to encourage the youth, the next generation. This year has been really special because we've had both public and private schools, and as you can see, it's been an absolutely phenomenal event. I mean, it's been wonderful just watching the debates from both sides, the enthusiasm of everyone. Please, you have to give yourselves a wonderful round of applause. We're really proud of you, and we're looking forward to the ultimate winner as well. I'd like to thank the team for all the effort that they put into the planning of the event. I'd like to thank the events committee, the head of the events committee, Mr. Shola Tinubu, and his committee members. It's been wonderful. There's a lot of behind the scenes events that took place before we landed at today's event. Thank you so much for your efforts and that of your team as well. I'd like to thank the Secretariat. I'd like to thank other members of the MBA that are there supporting the schools and also the children as well. I'd like to thank Lagos State government for being part of our program. This year is truly inclusive, and thank you so much. We want to ensure that going forward, this becomes a template that we'll continue to emulate as well. I don't want to hold you up because the debates are stimulating. I can't wait to see who the winners are. It's just been absolutely wonderful. I'm here with our vice patron, Mr. Phil Hall, and his lovely wife, who is also a former vice president, as well as some members here, UK members, and we're watching anxiously and praying for a really successful outcome. So on behalf of the Nigeria-Britain Association, I'd like to thank everyone for attending. We're looking forward to the emergence of a great winner. And thank you so much for participating, all the children from all the schools. Thank you so much for being part of this laudable program. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. That was lovely. I wish she was here, like she said. It would have been much more interesting. But aren't we having fun? Let me ask you a question today. In any game, there's what? There's always a winner and a person that has not won. And that is the way of life, isn't it? Listen to this. Because you didn't win today doesn't mean you're not a winner. That is a question for this moment. Because that same person is the best tomorrow. So never let go of an opportunity to retry and retry and retry. Every one of you talk about Newton. You all talk about it, you do it, you talk about it in school. You even started in the creche, in the primary school, about Newton in primary school. And how many times did he try to make light work? Do you remember? Many more times that I can't even remember. So, 900 and... Can you even do anything for 9 times and not complain in Nigeria? That person did it 900 times. And eventually became somebody who talk about it today. And he's gone like many years ago. That's what life is all about. So never beat yourself down at any time because you didn't win today. Because guess what? Your time is what? Coming. Thank you. I'll hand over to Mr. Person to continue.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we're on course. I think by 4 o'clock we should be out of here. 2:30, as we said, that's when we want to start debating again. I think all of us who are present here, let's just clap for ourselves. Every single person who's here. It's been a long day, but you'd also know it's been a worthwhile day. I've been sat down there, I've been learning. Sir said he was trying to Google things. I didn't even have a chance to do that. But nonetheless, I've been taking down some notes, and I'm sure once I start to go... His name is John C. Maxwell. Hand up if you know him. He would say, sometimes you win, and sometimes you... This is the way you say it. This is the way he says it, which I like. Sometimes you win, and sometimes you learn. Say that to the person next to you. Sometimes you win, and sometimes you learn. You see, it's all a learning process. Even I, that I'm sat here, and I've been debating since when I was in Igbubi, and I was like this tall, yes? I've learned things here today in terms of debate. So you've done well. So let's clap for ourselves again. We are ready to move on. What I'm just going to do is I'm going to call the schools, and then I'm going to make sure I get the names correctly so I can introduce you with your proper titles, your proper name, proper pomp and pageantry, actually. So, but what we're also going to do is, while I'm getting the names, the 2 schools taking part in the second debate, because it's the same topic, we have a place for you to stay whereby you won't be able to hear what we're saying, and therefore it becomes fair. So, the 2 schools that are taking part in the first debate, School 1 is Vivian Fowler, you're the proposition. Your 2 speakers can come and sit here, please. I'll come and get your names. Let's clap for them, please. Let's not be weary in clapping. For in due season you shall reap. You already walled, if you... Sorry, it's not church, it's not Sunday yet. And our opposition for this debate is Ikeja Senior High School. Clap for them, please. Come and take your seats. Yes, SCF, I was just saying, sometimes you win and sometimes you learn. Sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. So we are all learning. I'm a learner. I am. Good. So who is leading Oke Odo and Alimosho? Who's leading them to this secluded place where they'll still be safe? I'll let you know. So Oke Odo, Alimosho, that's all of you from Oke Odo. All of you from Alimosho. Please go with sir. He will keep you somewhere safe. So that when you come out spitting fire, ready for the next round. Exactly. So put your first speaker there, put second speaker there. Have you just write it there, please. That's all right. I can deal with pink. Well done. Get your names, please. First speaker, second speaker. So, judges, going by previous experience, I know we've said there's no reading, there's no props. You might see that they're looking at their notes a bit more this time. And of course, it's for obvious reasons. It's a short debate. So do bear that in mind. But of course, it's the same level playing field for all. Whatever you decide on, it's up to you. But you decide on it for all 4 schools. So I would encourage you to keep giving your points of information, to keep receiving them, and keep on with your rebuttals, and if you want, repairing your points. We have our debaters ready. Our motion is, this House says Nigeria is ready to go cashless. I said that with a straight face. Our proposition, from Vivian Fowler, our first speaker is Kibati Ige. Our second speaker, not yet, our second speaker is Harriet Ario. For our opposition, Ikeja Senior High School, we have Titi Layomi Banjo. That's the first speaker. Second speaker, Chidiman Wabike Benita. I think it's the same speakers who spoke before except bar one. Okay, so we're now ready to start our debate. You know what the motion is. I'm going to call on the first speaker of the proposition to open up our final round of debating. Kibati Ige, the floor is yours.
Over the past few years, Nigeria has made significant strides reducing the use of cash in its economy. Good morning, our chairman, panel of judges, accurate timekeeper, co-debaters, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kibati Ige, and this house says Nigeria is ready to go cashless. I'll be backing up my points today for 4 reasons. The first one is if Nigeria goes cashless, corruption will be reduced, economic growth, inclusion, accountability of money, and very, very, very good security measures will be taken in place. First off, corruption. We are known today, some people are known today in the system to embezzle funds, take money, what is not theirs. But a cashless system ensures accountability. It tracks them. When you go cashless online, you can keep, it is accountable. Your footsteps are marked. It's the reason why the CBN has decided to make different policies to encourage a cashless system in Nigeria was for security reasons. And this policy allows all those politicians or people out there stay tracked. It keeps your money accountable. If you want to find out when you pay this person, you can see it. A cashless system assures for everyone. It keeps known what has happened. It keeps footprints. Everybody wants to know when this happens, when that happens, so you don't end up arguing or fighting with somebody. 2, economic growth. Instantly, the reduction of printing of money will be reducing the economy, forcing businesses to be more efficient, increasing productivity in our economy. Because of this policy, businesses will have to rethink, make decisions. Nigeria is ready to go cashless because of the generous acceptance.
something. You just said something.
Yes.
You said if Nigeria goes cashless. And today we are treating the topic, and the topic is asking if Nigeria is ready to go cashless.
Yes, that's what
But you
I'm
are saying what will happen if Nigeria goes cashless.
Sorry, I'll correct myself. If Nigeria goes cashless, the economy will become more stable, corruption will reduce, economic growth will happen, and money accountability will be included. Another reason, take for instance kidnappers today. Kidnappers never want you to know what has happened. So they ask you for cash. They say, bring me a box of 20 million naira, and you have to go and fish it out from one bank in one unknown name. But with a cashless system, when Nigeria goes cashless, Nigeria is ready to go cashless. That person will be held accountable. The account that it was sent to, even though people go under fraud names, it can still be tracked. That is why we have people who are trained in this field. Nigeria is ready to go cashless. With the policies that the CBN has created, yes, it was hard in the beginning, but Nigerians are slow adapting. Even people in rural areas have access because companies like FinTech, Kuda, PayPal have decided to reach out to these areas to provide them with financial accepted. Yeah. Now let me tell you something. That is why companies like Kuda, PayPal, FinTech, even normal banks, they have started reaching out to these areas. If you check your facts, you will know that. They have reached out, made efforts to include these people in the rising. Nigeria is growing, becoming is a fintech generation now. Nigeria today is one of the highest rising nations in the entire Africa. That is showing that Nigeria is ready to go cashless. The reduction of corruption, economic growth, money accountability, these are all things that Nigeria needs today. Going cashless opens to new horizons, broadens us, keeps people accountable, allows even our elder ones know how money and online things work. Banks become faster, people learn how to do things online because Nigeria is finally ready to go cashless. Take for instance COVID-19. During COVID-19, we're not allowed to interact, we're not allowed to move around because of hygiene reasons. So what do people have to do? Did you want COVID? Nobody here wants decline. Nobody here wants COVID-19. People had to find means to communicate. Why? Online transactions. Banks had to improve. People had to make extra efforts. Why? Nigeria is ready to go. To furthermore buttress my points. The benefits that CBN has provided because of the monetary policies it creates today, Nigeria and other people around us are slowly getting more educated. People in the rural areas, people in schools, teenagers like I are finally ready to understand why Nigeria is going cashless. I can assure you from today, 3 months ago, if you asked a person, was Nigeria ready to go cashless, they would say no. A few months back, in fact, not even up to a month, Nigeria experienced serious money scarcity. But what helped us? The cashless policies. I went somewhere, they refused to collect my old notes because it wasn't up to date. But what helped me? A cashless policy. Even children of my age are allowed to have online accounts. Even a five-year-old are allowed to open bank accounts. That is to show you that means and aids are now provided for everybody because Nigeria is ready to go cashless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're off to a strong start, talking about the benefits of reducing corruption, economic growth, and tracking of accountability, linking it to kidnapping. Thank you very much, Vivian Fowler. Moving straight across to the opposition benches, we're going to call on Titi Layomi Banjo to open the case for the opposition from Ikeja Senior High School. Big hand, please.
I believe that Nigeria is not ready to go cashless because Nigeria has an erratic state of electricity supply. We all know that poor power supply can affect the smooth running of this policy because as it stands, some communities in Nigeria do not even have electric poles or transformers. For this policy to stand, every individual needs to have access to the internet, at least on their phones, so as to be able to make use of applications that will enable them to have smoother transactions and transfers of money. But this cannot be possible in a society like Nigeria where there is no stable electricity. Furthermore, Nigeria still has the issue of mass illiteracy. there is still a large number of Nigerians who cannot read nor write. A person who cannot read or write cannot use a phone effectively. Therefore, making use of digital transaction will be very ethical for such kind of people. According to a report by businessday.org, it says that more than 31% of Nigerians are still illiterate. So tell me, if this cashless policy should go on, what do you think will happen to this 31%? My opponent might want to say that we still have up to 60-something percent that would cope with the cashless policy. But what will be the fate of this 31%? They'll probably starve, decline. They'll probably starve or die of hunger. In addition to this, Nigeria is not ready to go cashless because of cyber security issues. As electronic assets. Places like where? By which banks? Furthermore, as I was saying, Nigeria is not ready for a cashless policy due to cyber security issues. You would agree with me that electronic transaction is now becoming more prevalent. But as it becomes more prevalent, so does cyber attack. Electronic transaction gives opportunity to hackers to obtain and use transfer funds for their more malicious purposes. Electronic transactions gives opportunity to these hackers to be able to obtain your account. How? Because it leaves digital trails in which hackers use to be able to hack your account. And as it is now, Nigeria does not have adequate measures to combat cyber crimes. In addition to that, there is also the cases of failed transactions and being debited more than once declined. There's a case of being debited more than once. There are sometimes that if you've not gone to a branch of your bank to make a report, you will not get a reversal. And there are cases of failed bank transaction. Imagine rushing a loved one to a hospital, or probably a fellow Nigerian who needs a medical help impromptu, and then you get there and you are denied services. Why? Just because of a failed transaction. How many more lives do you want to risk for this cashless policy? Moreover, we all know how easily it is to get stranded when we have no access to cash. If we are to be weaned off cash, there needs to be digital transaction, viable digital transaction, and infrastructure to support the cashless economy. But failure to do this, we will have people who work hard but cannot have their own money and use their own money to buy their money. Conclusively, perhaps we must decide what it truly means to go cashless. Would every vendor have to get a POS? Will the groundnut seller walking down the street have to get a POS? Will the tomato sellers in the market have to wait for 30 minutes for a customer's transfer of 300 naira to be confirmed? What other swift and reliable digital means of transaction are available for the citizens of Nigeria so as to make this cashless policy to work? I don't think we have anyone as at now. So will we continue paying 2,000 naira in order to get 10,000? Buying our hard-earned money with our own money? I don't think so. Nigeria going cashless is a great idea, but if we don't have the proper digital means of transaction and infrastructure built, Nigeria going cashless will remain a luxury to its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Titi, talking about the non-viability of cashless because of the power supply, internet access, mass illiteracy at 31%, and so on. So the debate is heating up, and we come back to the government benches and call on their second speaker, Harriet Ariel. The floor is yours. Let's clap as she comes forward, please.
According to the CBN, the value of cash transactions in Nigeria has significantly reduced from 19.3 trillion naira in 2010 to 7.9 trillion naira in 2019. I'm sure many of us did not know that Nigeria has actually been secretly implementing the cashless policy little by little in ways that have not directly affected our lives and made them harder. Good day, everyone. My name is Harriet Ariel, and today I stand before you to propose the motion that Nigeria is ready to go cashless. There have been several introductions of electronic payment channels, such as MTN, Kuda Bank, FinTech, and so much more. What people do not realize is that these electronic payment channels have been able to do outreaches in several villages and rural areas. Just because these outreaches are not promoted do not mean that they do not happen. There have been outreaches in Borno State, in Bauchi, in Yobe, in Lagos, in Ogun State. But just because we do not know does not mean it is not happening. Every single year, the rate of illiteracy in Nigeria reduces significantly. And this is because the Lagos government the Nigerian government has finally realized that education is important. What my opponent said is that, my opponent said that Nigeria faces a lot of security issues, and the online payments websites could be vulnerable to hacking, cyber crimes, and so much more. But what people do not understand is that a very good majority of Nigerians these days are studying computer science. The amount of students that are in Unilag, over 30% of them are studying computer science and wish to remain in Nigeria. So if we are able to promote our education system, if we are able to continue to encourage these children, and they are able to build digital websites that are credible, accountable, and
yeah. Okay, you said that we have a lot of computer scientists in Nigeria.
Yes, we do.
But do you know that those people who are also committing the fraud, they also know about this, so they can manipulate their way into getting out of the crimes?
What you may not know is that, obviously, if you are going to school as a computer science student, there are certain things that you will learn that ordinary Yahoo boys will not know. Because honestly, the rate of education in Nigeria is seriously increasing. And there are certain things, such as the classes they have, practical exams. There are some universities that create software just for students to practice how to hack them. So you don't know, and nobody can do it. So you don't know that people are actually really working on how to make sure that our websites are credible. Also, we have a thriving fintech industry in Nigeria, as many entrepreneurs are realizing there is a need to start making digital payments online. For example, in a country like South Korea, in the 1970s and 1980s, they were just like us. They used a lot of cash. They had severe inflation, which is why up to today, their money is still quite not valuable. And they had severe inflation. And you know what they did? The Ministry of Finance in Korea decided that today we are going to go cashless. They implemented a cashless policy just like ours. And they were able to sustain it and allow the people in their country to adapt to it. Decline. And they were allowed to... People in their country were allowed to adapt to it and understand that we do not always need cash for everything. If we say that a cashless policy will not be allowed because we cannot do transactions for pepper or tomatoes on the road, that is just us being comfortable and not stepping out of our comfort zone. We need to realize that the world is going digital. And if we say that we're going to continue to keep on using cash, the inflation level in Nigeria will only increase. And it will get to a period of time where it will be unstoppable and uncontrollable. This is why we need I say that Nigeria is ready to go cashless, because our government has realized that we need to be able to compete with other countries on a global standard, and also be able to utilize our young children, our computer science, our computer engineers, our data engineers, to be able to make apps, credible apps and accountable apps, which can help with digital transactions. Also, a lot of Wi-Fi network companies in Nigeria, such as Fiber One, MTN, and Midfield, have also been working on doing outreaches and improving the Wi-Fi connection in Nigeria. You might say that the connectivity issue in Nigeria is bad, but let me tell you this. Since 2012, the rate of Nigerians online has only increased. And also, I also need to make mention to the fact that having electricity has nothing to do with you using data and other data and Wi-Fi. Because some Wi-Fi, such as the MTN modems, which are very popular these days, only need to be charged and can connect up to 65 people just on one modem. So, I want to conclude with this. If we do not go cashless now, it will just remain evident that Nigeria is setting themselves up for more failure, as our inflation will only increase. Our people will become poorer and poorer and poorer until we will have 100,000 naira notes, 200,000 naira notes, and they will do nothing for us. This is why I believe Nigeria is ready to go cashless, because we have realized that the importance of having cashless policies will only better us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harriet, urging Nigeria and Nigerians that we step out of our comfort zone and that we embrace these electronic payment channels, and remember that there are many digital natives Not me, but there are many. So, coming back for our final speaker, final main speech of this round, we have Chidinma Benita Nwabrike from Ikeja Senior High. She's our second speaker for the opposition, and you have the floor.
I have been debited twice today. My money has bounced about 3 times today. These are complaints made by Nigerians, obviously because we are not ready to go into this cashless society. Standing on the existing protocol is one Chidinma Benita, a bona fide of Ikeja Senior High School. And I'm here to support what my chief speaker has said earlier, that Nigeria is not ready to go cashless. Nigeria is not ready to go cashless because the cashless situation has pushed us into an extreme state of poverty. What am I saying? Imagine using 1,500 naira to collect 5,000 naira. And what then is left of the money? Now, even some people, my opponent might say, why can't you withdraw from the banks? Well, withdrawing from the banks has now become a hassle and a difficult task as people go through violent acts just to get money to feed their families. Imagine going to the bank at 5:30 a.m. only to get the report later on that the ATMs are not dispensing. That's the sad news. Moreover, Nigeria is not ready to go cashless because I heard my opponent saying that you should step out of your comfort zone if you want to achieve something. But in order to step out of your comfort zone, you need the materials, the adequate materials to ensure that you progress and do the right thing. But that is the same way. We also need POS machines or other things to... Okay, accepted. Well, the thing is, we also need little cash for our for our everyday transaction. So we also need to withdraw some amount of cash. Obviously, we cannot go totally cashless. The cashless policy is only reducing; it's not eradicating the whole money in circulation. Okay, so we also need. Yeah, so I'm saying, the POS machines, the network systems are not in place. I have not seen any initiative taken by the government to empower petty traders or young youths so they can have these POS machines for the smooth running of their businesses. The price of a POS machine is now 25,000 naira and above. How much do these petty traders make in a day for them to afford the POS machines? Furthermore, Nigeria is not ready to go cashless because this cashless policy has led to a lot of broken homes. What am I trying to say? Yes, just yesterday when I went to the market, I was performing a survey of how people are coping with the cashless policy. One man told me that he transferred. One man told me he was not coping well with the situation. He told me that he transferred money to his sister for her medical bills on the 1st of February 2023, but the money only got to her account on the 28th of February 2023. He told me that this almost led to a ruined relationship between him and his family. Furthermore, we are not ready to go cashless because this cashless situation has resulted in traders losing a lot of profits. I am assured that we all know about the bounce back situation, where both parties of the transaction is successful in both parties of the transaction. But at the end of the day, or at the end of 2 days, it shows that the money is transferred back to the sender's accounts. And many people will not be willing to return this money because it's not everybody that has integrity in Nigeria. I mean, people would even see it as an opportunity because they didn't have the money or they didn't even have the money in the first place. I mean, in quotes, they will say, God has busted my bread. Even those that want to return it will start thinking about the stress and the processes they have to go to. Would they have to go to the bank just to report this case? Would they have to go back to the sellers to tell them that, oh, this money has come back to my account? Imagine me living at Oshodi and I want to go to Kasangwa Market. Do I even have the cash to even get to transport myself over there? We need to think of this. I feel like Nigeria's economy is not even considering the people in the rural areas. This cashless policy will be problematic for people living in remote areas of the country where there is lack of adequate and proper banking services. Now, my opponents were saying that they are now reaching out to people in Bauchi State, Lagos State, with Kuda. Okay, wait, can you tell me the situation of our country's network system? The situation of our country's network system is nothing to write home about. That is why we are getting failed transactions, and we're hearing different news of people not getting the right transactions here and there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before taking actions, we need to weigh the pros and cons. We need to consider the minority because we cannot cover them up. obviously, just because some people have the privilege, and just because some people have the privilege doesn't mean that we're not going to think of those who are not privileged in this cashless society. Because if we make biased decisions, the country will never grow economically and never develop. That is why it brings me to the conclusion that truly Nigeria is not ready to go cashless. Thank you.
Okay, so most of this online banks don't really have like a stationed office where the customers can go to complain for any missing monies. So I don't know how that can really defend the fact that Nigerians are meant to is ready to go cashless when there is no office for these people to go to when they have complaints.
Thank you. Let's clap for her, please. Thank you. I hope you've understood her point.
All protocols duly observed. I believe Nigeria is not ready to go cashless because public acceptance of the policy is relatively low. A report by Frank Elianya in the Business Day newspaper of 1st February 2023 reported that 90% of transactions are still conducted using physical cash, even with the introduction of various online modes of payment, including banking agents. The truth is bitter, but must be told. Can Nigeria be ready when Nigerians are not ready? Your guess is as good as mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ending with a rhetorical question there. And we proceed with our debate. We call on the opposition, as is usual, to say, come and round up and give your summary speech in 3 minutes, please.
All protocols duly observed. My opponent said something the other time. She said South Korea implemented cashless policy. But don't you think that before they were able to even implement that policy, there were some infrastructures that were available that made them to be able to implement the policy, and it worked for them. But do Nigeria really have those infrastructure? Do we have what it takes to go cashless? Furthermore, my opponent also said the machines only need to be charged. She was speaking about the POS machine. Now, what do you need to charge the POS machine? You need electricity, isn't it? You need electricity to get the POS machine charged. So when you are saying that there is no need of electricity if Nigeria is ready to go cashless, you are wrong. Your point does not stand because electricity is needed. These machines need to be charged if they are to be used. Also, furthermore, I talked earlier about cybersecurity issues being one of the reasons in which Nigeria is not ready to go cashless. We all know that electronic transactions continue to become prevalent, as I said earlier. It gives opportunities to hackers. No matter the level of understanding that I say we do computer science in school, it does not matter that we will not be able to get hacked by all these hackers. There is a difference between studying computer in university and serving computer as a subject in the classroom. As a subject in the classroom, there are some areas that they won't even touch because they know that that is not your course of career. That is not where you have interest. That's not your interest lies. They just want you to have an idea about how the thing works. But when you go to universities to study computer, that is when you can have access to all things concerning hacking or all those kind of things. So your point does not stand about we being taught computers in school and then we'll be able to cope with the hacking and all those kind of things. So as I was saying, Nigeria is not ready to go cashless because if we go cashless, then we would render people in the rural areas helpless. Yes, we will render people in the rural area helpless. Because as I said earlier, 31% of Nigeria's population are illiterate. How do you want them to cope? Most of us are only supporting this cashless policy because we still have enough cash with us. Because we are still able to go out in our own convenient way to buy things. We still have. But consider people in the northern areas of Nigeria. How are they coping? People that are not even educated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And so she engaged in a series of rebuttals there, one on energy, one about, not everyone has the knowledge to be able to hack. So to close out the whole debate, we call on Vivian Fowler and their summary speaker, who has 3 minutes to state their case.
Good day, everyone. My name remains Harriet Ario, and I still stand by the proposition that Nigeria is ready to go cashless. Firstly, I would like to address the issue of comfort. If we wait and wait and wait till every single person in this country is literate, how long will we keep waiting for? If we continue to wait for everybody to have money, for everybody to have electricity, how long will we keep waiting for? Knowing that our government can be corrupt, knowing that people are not ready to adapt, knowing that we are overpopulated, and it will be such a stretch to say we are going to, all of us are going to be literate, or all of us are going to be rich by the time we want to implement cashless policies. That's just possibly, economically, it can't work. It cannot work. Secondly, I also want to address the fact that banks are fully aware that there are cyber crimes and hacking going on in their digital softwares. This is why banks especially look out for people who are specialized in computer science, specialized in data engineering, people that can fully defend their softwares so they can be known as credible and accountable institutions. With the introduction of new Wi-Fi, like Starbucks by Elon Musk, I'm sure that some of you would have heard about Elon Musk's new creation of Wi-Fi that works without electricity and can stretch to about 5 miles in distance. If I'm here and another person is there, they could be able to use the Wi-Fi, and it is not charged. It runs purely on battery power. I just want to say that if we continue to, and also my opponents mentioned something that South Korea had infrastructures in place to go cashless, but this is not true, because as I mentioned initially, I said Nigeria and Korea, we were the same. In the 1970s, if you would notice, Nigeria actually had a very low rate of inflation while other countries were suffering. We actually had a leverage because we had just gotten our democracy. We had just gained our independence. While countries such as the US, countries like Japan, countries like South Korea were going through heavy recession and inflation in the 1970s, we were here. And there was nothing going on, nothing compared to what we are going through now. South Korea did not have infrastructure. In fact, South Korea had a 59% illiteracy rate at the time of the implementation. So you cannot say that they did it because they were fully functional and they had correct infrastructure. South Korea was even almost as worse off as we are. But they still sat down and said, what can we do to fix our problem? Let us go cashless. It is not that you are eliminating cash completely from your country, because that is also economically not possible. But I am saying that countries such as Sweden, that has only a 30% rate of using cash, they are not suffering. There's nothing wrong with them. And we also need to realize that us as a country, as I said, thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivian Fowler. Proposition. Thank you very much, Keja Senior High. Opposition. Thoroughly enjoyable. Take your seats, return to your seats, and let's release Ali Mosho and Mukil Group. Do we have Okildo? Are you back? Oh, that's the echo there. Okay, you moved them out. Thank you. Did you hear us? At the back? Oh, you were online. That's the reason why you could hear us. Which school are you? That's where you are. You know the drill now. Your proposition. Help me write down your names again. So, Alimosho, your head. Proposition, Alimosho. So let's put down first name, surname, speak one. First name, surname, speak two. Yeah, you never know. I might forget by the time I sit down. What happens here? Okay, so, okay. Okay, so, we're good. First speaker, first name, surname, first name, surname. We're nearly there. Need my card. Long journey, isn't it? Half an hour. Almost super accurate. Right. We are back and we are nearly there, so if we can have you seated, please. If we can have you seated, please. Have to use my teacher's voice. Thank you. Thank you. At the back. Thank you. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. So, yeah, just one more debate. Same topic. This house said Nigeria is ready to go cashless. We have our debaters. So, I'm just going to introduce you first. For the proposition, we have Ali Mosho, represented by Abdallah Salam and Akintola. So, still talking by four. Opposition. When you're settled, when you're ready. We have representing Oke Odo. We have Fatia Ayoade and Mercy Morris, or Morris Mercy. So we are ready for our debate. The topic remains, this house says Nigeria is ready to go cashless. Opening up our debate for the proposition is Amdalat Salam.
Good afternoon, the moderator, panel of adjudicators, co-debaters, and ever-attentive audience. Standing before you is Salam Amdalat Morenikeji, a student of Alimosho Senior Grammar School, here today to vehemently propose the motion that states Nigeria is ready to go cashless. According to William Webster, cashless means relying solely or entirely on electronic means rather than physical cash. A cashless society is a society where the citizens depend on electronic means rather than physical cash. According to James Emejo, the cashless policy initiative of the Central Bank of Nigeria has proven to be a business enabler rather than a threat to the economy. According to the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, the cardinal aim of the cashless policy initiative was to reduce the number of naira notes and coins used for business and seeks to ensure inclusive, seamless, and equitable implementation of the exercise for the overall benefit of Nigeria, the financial institution, and the economy as a whole. As the Apex Bank had stated, the aim of the cashless policy is to reduce the number of armed robbery, terrorism financing, graft, theft, advance free fraud, ransom payment, and extortion and other crimes. Moreover, I see no reason why we can't embrace a cashless economy, because a cashless economy aids convenience. The ease of conducting a financial transaction is the biggest motivator to go digital. We will no longer need to carry wads of cash, plastic cards, or even queue for ATM withdrawals. You and I can make transactions wherever and whenever we want. There is no need to attend physical in order to conduct a transaction. Moreover, than dice is better, and I quote, when we practice a cashless economy, our moral compass slips. A cashless economy helps to keep track of one's spending. If all transactions
Point
are
of
on record,
information.
your question, please.
You said a cashless economy is convenience. Did you know that during the cashless economy, people were not able to get cash? Some people even suffered while trying to get cash.
In order to answer your question, in order to support a fully cashless policy, the central bank has made rules to ensure that all banks and financial institutions have the infrastructure to support a fully cashless economy. In addition, a cashless economy helps to keep a record of our transactions. If all transactions are on record, it will be easy to keep a track of our transactions. In the case of tax, it helps in the return tax income. And in case of scrutiny, people will be able to account for their transaction. It also has good impact on budgeting. Moreover, cash is out of style. Without cash, we can still live our lives. Developing countries like China, United Kingdom, Sweden, Finland, Canada, and many others are practicing a cashless economy, and we have seen that they are progressing well technologically and economically. Nigeria is a country faced with many challenges, truth be told. Amongst this problem, we have corruption. Nigeria are ready to go cashless because when we embrace this cashless economy, we would be able to keep tracks of such funds and provide a greater transparency and accountability by those who administer the resources. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, if we are to look at the negative sides of this cashless policy, we won't be able to appreciate its usefulness. If you're not handling thousands, millions, billions, hundreds of billions of cash, you are less a target of armed robbery. Samuel Johnson said, and I quote, "Praise like diamond and gold own their value to scarcity." End of quote. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I stand firmly, boldly, and strongly to support the notion that says Nigeria are ready to go cashless. On this note, I take a bow.
Top 5 most cashless countries in the world: Belgium, France, Canada, United Kingdom, Sweden. Common denominator: economically stable countries. Top 5 most cash reliant countries in the world: Morocco, Egypt, Kenya, Nigeria, Philippines. Common denominator: not too stable economies. What this comparison means in simple terms is Nigeria cannot, as a nation, put square pegs in round holes to fit in with the economic giants. Why we are struggling to stabilize an economy? Why we are struggling to stabilize an economy that is as shaky as the last electoral process we just, like the Latins will say, "Quet totum vret totum perdit," which means he who loses everything, he who wants everything, loses everything. And as a nation, we are not ready to lose everything because we want to be among the chair, panel of adjudicators, and of course the floor. This house says Nigeria is not ready to go cashless. Vacate times: www.cashless.com, www.coplay.net, defines a cashless society as a society in which purchases of goods and services are made by credit cards or electronic funds rather than cash or check. Let's get this clear. Cash, according to a Mastercard study, accounts for nearly 85% of global consumer transactions. It has refused to go extinct in Nigeria, despite the ubiquity of paper currency and the cost for nations to go cashless. I'll tell you why. You see, before any nation can think cashless, there are two questions to be answered. One, is the country going to gain from the migration to a cashless society? Two, are we prepared in terms of digital readiness? In answering these questions, we will understand how inept Nigeria is when it comes to being cashless. Why? We are a cash-intensive nation with gross ineptitude in digital readiness. What we have in Nigeria are businesses that have volume of small naira transactions and unqualified techniques hovering around them. Let's get this clear. Imagine making a transaction with a failed network and you get debited thrice by a failed bank with a single transaction, and the only way you can get your money back is by dragging your bank on Twitter. You get the picture? Exactly. Our tech-savvy professionals are leaving for other countries en masse, and what we have left are thieves in bunkers, including who will hush puppy your funds while claiming African prince. Nigeria topped the list of the 2023 weirdest fraudsters, and what is next is to go cashless. What do we stand to gain? Besides, are we forgetting the fact that we need a level of financial stability to go cashless? www.exec.organization lists Nigeria as one of the low-income countries, not leaving out the fact that we are the world poverty capital. So, how can we be thinking of going cashless when opening a bank account requires an ID, NIN, NEPA bill, utility bill, or other proof of address which the poor and elderly people lack? In fact, how do you tell my uneducated grandparents to go cashless with banks that will charge fees and their deposits? Are the proposition even thinking of how the rural communities will be left because of multi-connectivity? Do we agree with me that cash is creates a sense of insecurity, and for many, losing it rejected, and for many, losing it is losing their sense of independence? In addition, Nigeria cannot go cashless now because we do not have the structure. Think about the availability of POS or ATM machine. Think about the epileptic power supply. Are they sufficient for efficient e-payment? For some rejected. For some of us in the cities, power is epileptic. For some of us in cities, power is epileptic. But in my village, power is not. For some of us in the cities, power is epileptic. We can do our e-payment. But in my village, power is non-existent. How then are we ready to go cashless? At this juncture, I will be back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatia Ayoade, reminding us that 85% are still reliant on cash, and that for some people they have to drag their bank on Twitter to get back funds or rectify their transactions. And she has just told us that hush puppy is not only a noun, but it's also a verb now. So you do not want to have your funds, or you do not want to hush puppy your funds. Having said that, let's go back to the government side and call on Buluwatife Akinfenwa to further the case for the proposition.
All protocols duly observed. Distinguished audience, panel of adjudicators, standing before is Akinfenwa Buluwatife, a student of Ali Moshe Senior Grammar School. I am here to further buttress my chief speaker's point on the motion that states, this house says Nigeria is ready to go cashless. Permit me to start on this note. Until the government is ready to implement any policy at all, the citizens will have no choice but to succumb to all these pressures for a policy change in Nigeria. My opposition might say that we are not digitally and technologically inclined to embrace a cashless policy. However, research have shown that 75% of market women and market people have embraced transfers and acquisition of POS, point of sales machine, because they do not want to consistently lose their customers and trade opportunities, which will leave you and I
in a plummet. Our economy will be in a plummet because we will not be able to meet our GDP, our gross domestic products. I will use my mom as an instance. My mom is a provision seller. She sells foodstuffs. In her shop, she doesn't use POS because she doesn't really like it. She's all these old-fashioned parents. But during this cashless policy era, our customers will come to her without cash. These people will hit. We cannot say that because of they don't have cash, we should not sell market to them. So she thought of, there is a neighboring shop at front whereby this guy runs a POS business. She will tell the customers to go to the guy's shop, withdraw the money, he will send the money to me later. But at a point, she realized that the guy was extorting her customers' money, and her customers were accusing her, not knowing that she's not the reason behind it. My mom got so frustrated that she had no choice but to go to the nearest bank in order to acquire a POS. Now she's operating her own POS without any stress or her customers calling her an extorter of money, which is not supposed to be so. Panel of adjudicators. When we say Nigeria is ready to go cashless, we mean Nigeria has developed to a stage where it can do without money. In recent times, we hear of cases where House of Representative members and House of Assembly members go home with briefcases filled with money. This money is the money you and I are paying as tax. The money we were not able to enjoy when they brought out cashless policy because of they do not want the campaign to escalate into something that they spend money too much on. Ladies and gentlemen, you and I did not enjoy this cash. We were forced to make transfers. These transfers that, which is very good, but my opposition team will not want to agree because they believe that cash is a legal tender and we should have the opportunity to spend it. But I tell you, a person who does not want to move from A to B will remain idle, and change is constant. We have to adapt to change. The new change is that Nigeria is ready to go cashless. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to know that the truth buried, the truth crushed to the ground, buried and cemented, will one day rise again. What is the truth? The truth is that my chief speaker and I stand strongly to support this motion that Nigeria is ready to go cashless. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. Concluding the main speeches for the proposition, and of course giving us an anecdote, a personal story of someone who was converted to using a POS machine and therefore converted to go cashless. And she said change is constant. So for our final speaker, final main speech, let's call on Mercy Morris of Okeodo. The floor is yours. 5 minutes again. Let's clap, let's clap, let's clap.
The proposition that supported us by using Sweden as a case study during their debates. The chair, the proposition team, and of course the attentive listeners. I crave your indulgence while you listen to this comparison of two countries, Sweden and India, on a journey to a cashless nation. Let's start with Sweden. In 1960, Sweden took the first steps towards being cashless. By the mid-1990s, the number of terminals receiving card payments had increased. Sweden had only 4 decades to prepare. Within those years, Sweden provided robust internet infrastructure, early digitization of bank accounts, cultural discrimination against cash brought about by public education, free retail mobile transaction, and widespread adoption of card payment method. While India, on the other hand, had just predicted that smartphone penetration would increase by 70.35% in 2023. India has an emotional attachment to cash. India opposes attempts to modernize payment system. India will still pay their utility bills in cash. India will just introduce a demonetization policy to push towards a digital economy in 2016. 2016, need I tell you, the country that has failed woefully because of premature measures. I would, India. While Sweden is basking as one of the top 10 countries doing well with their cashless policy, India is struggling. Which brings me back to the question. What country is similar to Nigeria? India. What country has similarities with Nigeria in terms of preparedness as a cashless nation? India. In fact, we are so similar. We're both fighting to be the world's poverty capital, fighting for population explosion. Attentive listeners, if there is a lesson to be learned here today, it is this force-feeding cashless transaction down the throat of a country with such a large population and ill preparedness will only lead to one thing alone: disaster. Nigeria cashless policy cannot be successful. You know why? We have not addressed the challenges and concerns facing us as a nation. Moreover, Did you know that limiting cash withdrawals in Nigeria to push towards a cashless policy will only make it impossible for people to have access to their money? Rejected. Moreover, did you know that limiting cash withdrawal in Nigeria to push towards a cashless policy will only make it impossible for people to have access to their money? This will have a negative economic impact, and if care is not taken, will lead to anarchy. We are having a taste of this already with the CBN's directive to reduce cash withdrawals and the new money issues. Are we enjoying the crunch? Do you love the insinuation of banks and other financial institutions? Rejected. Do you love the insinuation of banks and other financial institutions? In addition, we need to understand that the informal market holds the key to a cashless Nigeria. Financial mechanism available in informal sector has to get to the full scale of digital finance. I mean, the Esusus, the Ajos, and other informal yet effective concepts of domestic saving are more trusted in Nigeria than the banks. Our financial institution lacks the trust and purpose that brings African traders together. The farmers, the sellers, who use this means at the core of our economy. So how can we become cashless when we cannot sway them to join the trend? In conclusion, we the opposition are not saying that a cashless policy is not possible. We are saying that Nigeria is not ready for it yet. What we need now is for financial institutions and policymakers to work together in improving financial literacy, financial inclusion, and customized service for informal workers. When this is done, then I will gladly sit on the side of the proposition. Until then, we beg to differ. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mercy Morris. Let's clap for her, please. She compared Sweden to India and told you how we are more similar to, or how our situation is more analogous to India. That's Nigeria. She asked you two rhetorical questions. Can we be force-fed? Are we enjoying the crunch? No comment. So we now go to our floor debate. You see, I can't make any comments on these things. Yes, come from the back there. One at the back there. Anyone? Okay, I'm not going to call on you, Modi, not to worry. Yes, please come forward. You can be first. I think you're going to get here first. Come along. Okay. It's been a gentleman. Come and sit close to the front. Off you go.
All courtesy duly extended. Nigerian lack institution cooperation among service providers. One of the conditions necessary for successful implementation of cashless policy is institution cooperation, according to Bieta Swika. This ensures joint initiative among stakeholders such as commercial bank, central bank, and cashless network operators. For example, an initiative among bank, Visa and MasterCard companies enables small and medium enterprise to be able to use points or sales terminal for free so as to ease the unnecessary double charges on customers. Definitely, Nigeria is not ready to go cashless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clear, coherent, concise. Thank you.
All protocols duly observed. I stand with the proposition team saying that Nigeria is definitely ready to go cashless. See, when the opposition was talking, I was taking notes and I realized that most of their points were poorly conceived. They said these of India and they compared to my country, Nigeria. They said that India is too emotionally attached to cash, that they couldn't operate a cashless policy. But yet, this same opposition, they mentioned China and Pakistan. They also had a comparison with Nigeria about population boom. And to so shock you that China and Pakistan with India are the top most populated countries in the world. They said that China is one of the top countries to go cashless. Am I wrong? We said that. Yes. So you also said Pakistan. You also said Pakistan.
You respond when you have your summary.
And since they have been able to say that these countries have operated a cashless policy, then why can't Nigeria? See, I stand firmly and boldly saying that Nigeria can always will operate a cashless policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two clear contributions there. I'm sure it doesn't sway the judges either way. I am looking at Pa Akintola Williams, whose residence we are in, and I would suggest we might want to stand and salute a luminary of our country. You are welcome, sir. It's a pleasure to be your residence. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. You're just here to see them round up for the debate. Okay, so please take your seats. Yes, we like it. We like to be flexible. So we're now on to our summary speeches. I believe we're on to our summary speeches, yes. And as per usual, we're going to start off with the opposition. So off you go, come forward, and let's summarize in 3 minutes. That's Okeodo. You're welcome.
Still in the argument of the opposition, I remain Ayoade Fatia, and I'm still not convinced with the proposition. Like my people will say, I where they cry, they see road, which means do not bite more than you can chew. For the claim that cashless policy will eradicate vices, I put it to you. A thief will always be a thief. An armed robber will always be an armed robber. A tax evader will always be a tax evader. Even if you remove a means from them, they will always find another means and get smarter. So, I want to remind us that Nigeria is not ready to go cashless. It may seem trivial, but we are too cash-centric as individuals, as a people, and even as a nation. What do I mean? What is an Owambe? A wedding party without a good spray of crispy new Naira notes? What is a typical Muslim or Christian naming ceremony when word of cash are not dropped for prayers for the baby's intelligence? For other nations, it is about the economy. But for Nigeria, it is culture. And it is this cultural display the world has come to love and copy. This is what makes us tick at this juncture. I can continue on and on, but I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fatia Ayoade resting her case, having told you that we are too cash-centric, and how would we be able to deal with our Owambe? Oh, yeah. So, that brings us to our final summary of the day. I'm sure you're all relieved to hear that. And we're going to call on the proposition, Ali Mosho, for the speaker. I believe it's Bolu coming up to round off and be our last speaker for today. You have 3 minutes to state your case. Thank you.
All protocols duly observed, panel of adjudicators. I am here to give my final summary speech for today. We raised 4 POIs, which my friend in arguments here rejected all. Also, I want you all to know that we are talking about present debates. Nigeria is ready to go cashless. We are not talking about the crime Hush Puppy committed years ago. Panel of adjudicators, I want you to notice that. My friend in argument said we supported them by supporting Sweden. But according to my research on Google, it shows that Sweden is currently operating a cashless economy and they are doing very fine. My friend in argument also said that India is not operating a cashless economy. But I want you to know that India is a developing country and it has been practicing cashless policy. With this policy, they have been able to extend their borders. They have been able to grow in all aspects. They have been able to influence every facet of their economy. Why then do we say that Nigeria is not ready to go cashless? Panel of adjudicators. John F. Kennedy said, and I quote, "The more our knowledge increases, the more our ignorance unfolds." The thing with Nigerians is that we have one ignorance, and that ignorance is that we don't want to adapt to change. But whether we like it or not, we must adapt to change because change is constant. This year, I'm giving SS3. That is a change. Whether I like it or not, I have to move to a higher institution. You cannot say that because of you want to keep spending cash, we should not embrace cashless policy. This cashless policy remains the best option for Nigeria to develop in every aspect, both agriculturally. It will also help us to diversify away from agriculture and petroleum because these two sectors remain our major dependent areas for us to generate revenue. With this, if we can embrace cashless policy, I put it to you all this afternoon that we will be stronger than USA. We will be stronger than England because they will come to us to invest in our country more than they do before. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, my chief speaker and I, we've elucidated and we've just opposed, and I hereby reaffirm our stand that truly Nigeria is ready to go cashless. Thank you.
The phone is broken. Oh, it can't break. In a cashless environment, I have insulated it. Front, back, it has iron by the side. Even if I throw it from there, it can't break. You want me to try it? Everybody's afraid. I cannot throw it. It will be very hard to burn now. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. I just came up because our daddy is here. Pa Akintola Williams, this is in honor of that notable name. He's 103 years old. And from what we have talked about before now, do you know that he was one of the founding fathers of ICANN? And he was the first president of ICANN in Nigeria. He played a leading role in the Association of Accountants in Nigeria, and that was in 1960. And the main goal at that time is to train accountants. And through that project that they came up with in 1960, do you know how many accountants are in Nigeria now? Thousands and millions of them. Thousands and millions of them. Akintola was also the founder of the Egbe Omo Odua. Some of you didn't know that. Some of you didn't even know Egbe Omo Odua is there. You know that. She knows. She was around then. That is to tell you what our daddy is to us. We are so privileged to be around him. We're so privileged to be with him. And we're so privileged to have him as the patron of the Nigeria-BRITIan Association. So thank you, Daddy, for being with us today. We really appreciate it. And he's just going to be with us for a while because he said he will always, when we were trying to set up this event today, he said, bring it to my premises. I would like to have the children around me. And that is the reason why we're here today. So thank you very much. Thank you. Are the judges ready? Okay. So theirs is to look at the figures. Ours is to pray. Thank you. Let me be honest with you. You guys did well. All of you. You did extremely, extremely well. So just keep your fingers crossed.
Okay, yeah. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, first let me give honor to Akintola Williams. I can say this because I'm a chartered accountant, and this is the first chartered accountant. Mr. Akintola Williams is the first chartered accountant in the whole of Africa. So he's our doyen. Is a man we all respect. And the first firm that you have, Akintola Williams & Co., and now Deloitte. When you hear Deloitte, you know the forerunner is Akintola Williams & Co. So that's the man. So now the prizes let me just, and also have to thank those who supported us. British Council is giving out power banks. So each student is going to get power banks, t-shirts, notepads, mouse pads, and more importantly, the winner, the British Council is giving internship for students of the winning school. If you're winners, you are going to work in British Council for a period of time. That's internship for you. Skip Nigeria is having multi-choice Go TV package. So you're going to get a package of the multi-choice Go TV. And from the Nigerian-Britain Association, we are going to give you the first place. You're going to have laptops. So if you have laptops, the second place, you get Samsung tablets. The third place, you get Samsung Galaxy phones. So the best speaker, despite that you're coming from the first place getting laptop, you are going to get family size fruit extraction. So we're going to get that one also. So we thank all our sponsors. Deloitte happened to be one of the sponsors. We have the president, Ms. Abimbola Okoya, as also one of the sponsors of this event. We have the Skip Nigeria. We have our partners, annual partners. We have NEM Insurance, our annual partners, and then British Council. So thank you very much. So those are the prizes you're going to get at the end of the day. So the judges were ready, and so you can come on.
There's a mic here.
There's a mic here, yes.
All right then. So over to you, madam.
We're going to start from the last. Okay. Tell them what the rules of the engagement is. Okay. How we arrived.
Once again, we want to appreciate all the participants for all their work and their commitment to giving us value. It's been a tough one, but just like Mr. Okweson said, you are either a winner or a learner, and I have learned more today. Thank you. So the rule of the last round is what you have in the previous will be cumulated with what you have now, and that's what will determine the total of your score. So I will read out what you have now and what you have then, and then your total score, and then we'll come up with the average and then the position, the final score. Thank you. So the first round in the last topic, Nigeria is ready to go cashless. Vivian Vowler Ikeja Senior High ended up with 81 points in this round, and their last score was 84. The cumulative is 165. In the second round, Halim Osho had a score of 89. Their last score was 81, and they come up with a total of 170. Vivian Vowler Memorial College came up with 84. Their previous score was 87, and their total score is 171. Okiodo total score for this round is 94. Their previous result is 90, and they have a total of 184. So our third position is Alimosho Senior. And the second position goes to Vivian Fowler Memorial College. Why this competition? The winner of the competition goes to, with 184 overall score, goes to Okeodo.
Okay, the best speaker. Kafi, Leke, come on and announce the best speaker. The best speaker. Or should we hold on? Let's hold on to maybe when they do the.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. 'Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
So in third position, we have with a total of 170 marks. We welcome Alimosho Senior School.
What do you, I did the four. Who are the people who actually? Let me mention this. This is personally to them. It's not for the school. It's for the individuals who competed for it. So I will call on Eddie presentation. Eddie Abraham. Let them see you. Okay. You can take. So no, yes. No, it's okay. The members of the school, please come. This is where the coach. This is. I did come and give it to them also. So the coach, let them have the cup, trophy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edi. Okay, so we have in second place with a total of 171 points. Please welcome Vivian Fowler Memorial College.
The same thing that the students are the one. Is the coach there? Are you the coach?
Her confidence level was something to be identified. And this single person, it's not because her school won or her school did not win. It's because she just did exceptionally well. So her name is Abiodun Adedokun. And you will notice something. She did not speak at the second debate. She only spoke at the first debate. That means we were taking notes all through. Even if there was somebody that was in contention for that award, and that lady is from, I'm sorry, I don't know your school, but you are the one, yes, you are very correct. That lady, she was also in contention for it, but she came out with the adage, the proverbs that she used in describing her point, and for that, we give it to her.
Miss Williams, can you, Miss Stokes? And this one. Okay, please, can we sit down, please? Oh, please. Now, also is my role to do the vote of thanks. And first, let me thank the family of Pa Akintola Williams, who is our patron, who have his house open for us. This is the first time we're doing this, and it's an honor for you. And let me tell you one thing. You might not know it. For you even taking photograph with, if I were you, I would try to make sure that I get a copy of that photograph. That you are taking photograph with someone, a legend. This is the man, 103 years old, the first accountant in the whole of Africa. You cannot beat that. You just have to frame that photograph and keep it. It's treasure. So Auntie Tokes, thank you very much for making this thing to happen to. We commend you for what's on, because it's a privilege and honor for all of us to be here. Mr. Kwesson, thank you very much for coordinating all this. The timekeeper, Anu, thank you very much. The judges, Leke, Olamipo, and Fumi, thank you very much. Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education, please extend our appreciation to the commissioner. Fortunately, the commissioner happens to be a member of MBA. He used to be a council member before taking position. So help us to thank the commissioner very well. So he's a member, and we thank you for the representation. Thank you very much. The Naval personnel, we thank you for for your role and for what you have done. We thank you very much. For all the teachers, the coaches, and without the students, we cannot have this. So for those of you who participated, all the students, we thank you very much. We thank you for all the efforts, the research, and everything. We're very grateful. And for the first time, we've not been taking the public schools. For the first time now, we're having the public school. And then we can see the advantage. Before, it has always been the private school. And now we can see what the public school can do. And for the parents who are here, for our sponsors, Deloitte being the major sponsor of this program, we thank you for what you have done. The SKIP, the NEM, our president also sponsored this part of the program. British Council, we thank you all. We thank you very much. And Secretariat, we thank you for that support. Thank you very much. So, for you, this is an honor for you to take photograph with Pa Akintola Williams. It's once in a lifetime for you that you've taken a photograph with the legend. So it's an honor for you taking a photograph with Mr. Akintola Williams.
And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. 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 Stand up.
Bodybuilder one day went to Africa. He was doing a tour of Africa. He was one of these hugely buffed guys, and he was doing a tour, and they went to a little village. And they thought they would entertain the villagers by letting him do a lot of his profiles of physique.